The 2024-25 NHL regular season is coming to an end, which means it is time for our second annual Pub Sports Radio NHL Playoffs Confidence Pool. $50 to enter, of which $3 will be taken for credit card costs. $47 will go into the prize pool. The top 10% will get paid. And all you have to do is pick a 20-player roster. You put 20 players together from any of the 16 NHL playoff teams. You get 1 point for a goal, 1 point for an assist, and the capper whose roster collects the most points will be crowned champion. The regular season ends on Thursday, April 17th. The playoffs start Saturday, April 19th. You must get your picks in by then. Sign up at pubsportsradio.com and get that cash.
Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for Pub Sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. Pubsportsradio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nuss Flush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97 home. That is a way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich, Jones one, all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Fire here. No! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Parker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. By the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio Bizarre is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, baby with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, gappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, April 18th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. We are running hot. Dumb hot right now. Got to keep the gas pedal down. 7-1 in Major League Baseball. Yesterday, plus 6 units, 1-0, plus 1.19 units in NHL. So 8-1 plus 7.19 units yesterday. The money is rolling in. And I need more. The last 72 hours in 3 shows here, 68 and 39 plus 27.53 units. We need to keep cashing. It's not been a great year. I had a horrific 6-week run from February to halfway through March until I got to hang out with all the cappers at Pubapalooza. I needed it. And we've been running very, very hot since, and we must keep stacking. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. Shout out to AM upgrading his membership to PSR Gold. Opportunity to get entry into our NHL playoff pool. We will be... I guess we can't race. Wow. So what we'll try to do is we'll do a race on Saturday morning because Jose's sick. Jose is ill, so there's no graphics on today's show, which... will make it a little more difficult for those of you watching the show afterwards. And I apologize. We apologize for that. Damn, forgot that there's no Jose, so we can't race. But we'll figure out. We'll get one more person back. We'll get one more person into our NHL playoff pool. We have some huge news here before we start welcoming everybody. We have huge news here at Pub Sports Radio. There is a new show coming to Pub Sports Radio, and it is called In the Building with Mike Taylor and Rudy J. It is a hit show in San Antonio. 2 veteran radio voices, 2 very, very funny, cool dudes are coming to Pub Sports Radio for a morning show. And what is needed is for our show to be pushed back 1 hour. So I have been at 11 a.m. for 8 years. We are moving to 12 p.m. We're moving to 12 p.m. Also, because of this, we will not start with NHL anymore. NHL will close up the show. We'll have to get into baseball right away. And it's okay because, generally speaking, in playoffs in NHL, you don't really need to get in early as much as you need to do when it's crucial in the regular season. So now, again, I'll tweet all my action. I'll post all on X. But so those are 2. That's a big news story here, is that we're switching our time slot for my first time starting at 12 p.m. Eastern. Which will help our California cappers, our American cappers. It'll help them a lot. So that is a big news. Sorry, let me take a look here. I'll have to go over those numbers, TJ. I imagine. So, and the big show here is big news here for our show is that our guy TJ is making his season debut here in Major League Baseball. He was over 60% most of last season in MLB, and I believe he finished there But I will double check that. We know, those of you who rock with us know he is a phenomenal capper. So he is making his season debut. Now, if this angers you that we're moving an hour, let us know. Also, if you like this, if this is great news that we're starting at noon Eastern time, let us know. Because again, we give complete autonomy here at Pub Sports Radio. Jeff Slaughter lets us do what you guys want to do. We have no fixed rules around that. So let us know if it's good or bad. I've been copying and pasting action here in the chat. Justin McKelvey on Cubs over 10.5, and the Stacks play day number 2 is a Rangers money line. Truth Teller also on the Rangers money line and the Chicago Cubs over. Viper NB in the house is 2-0 day yesterday is on Kansas City -1, New York Mets -1, Boston -1. I've got it all copied and pasted. The Trill OG play of the day, Hawks money line, Memphis money line parlay. Number 10 seed has never made the playoffs, says LJ from H-Town. There's Swiggy with our NHL bracket tickets. Please, the more people we have in the pool, the more pools we can have. So please support the pool if you can. Sean Pulliam in the house. We got the pig milk play of the day from Billy Friedrich, and it is Miami Heat at +100. Miami Heat at +100 here. Let me just get this set up. So Trilogy play today and pig milk in battle here in battle. Billy Friedrich said, I also took a dip in Operation Garcia pool. According to all player props under in both games tonight. I do want to talk about that. I studied for a long time the last few years. I made some judgment calls. Unfortunately, a lot of the judgment calls are based upon last year. Every year is different. I also messaged Mr. Garcia himself of Operation Garcia fame, told him my thoughts on it, and he gave me his thoughts and his views. So I have a plan now, and I'm going to stick to the plan. So, but we'll talk about that. We'll wind time a little bit later. There's Spooner in the house, series business, ready to get to work, and there's Spooner's action right now. Horner over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Of course, we have 50-mile-per-hour winds out at Wrigley today. Now, I didn't move on that over. I know Wine Time was waiting for it to be available at his book. At the time, it was 10.5. Now it's 11, and who knows? We can see 11.5, and I'm not on it. Professor Chris in the house. There is Razor Sharp picks ready to go. 9-1 in his last 10 in Major League Baseball. I love to hear it, Razor. We have Dylon ready to go. AM says I bet the whole board, so we'll be talking. I love it. AM, love to hear your action. Ronnie Lofton ready to get to work. Big Zoe in the house. Thank you, Zoe. It's look, I mean, if there weren't runs like this, if we didn't heat up, if we didn't get paid, there wouldn't be a show, and I wouldn't be hosting it. This has to happen, and it needs to happen more often. And I'm just thankful that it's happening. I'm going to keep my foot down on the gas pedal. But thank you. Gorky, ready to get to work. And look at this. Gorky, as always, supporting our show. Thank you, Gorky. Blessing our action here with a $5 dono to get us started. Diamondbacks on the run line. Bayern basketball money line. And +9.5 in the parlay was Zverev. Bulls -1.5 at Eve. Which Bulls is that? You must mean... expand on that. Ostapenko going for 5 in a row over Swiatek from our guy Gorky. There's Coin in the house. Kelly McInnes, Pub Sports TV. Please support us over at Pub Sports TV as well. Subscribe to that channel here. Let's roll. And Zoe setting up his 20 players for the NHL playoff pool. Picks need to be in by puck drop tomorrow when the playoffs start. Spooner says one of my favorite angles is backing pitchers with a chip on their shoulder, carrying some momentum pitching versus a team that told him he wasn't worth a contract. Yes, it is. I love that side of things too, and that is Luis Ortiz for Spooner. I love it. Okay, so Truth Teller is Mets Phillies a +133. Let me make sure that I've got all of this here. Copying and pasting. Here we go. God, sorry, a lot of action here from cappers in the chat. I'm way back. Okay, let's just keep copying and pasting and do our due diligence so that I have everybody's action, because I know that the most important part of this show is you guys in the chat. So here we go. Mets of Phillies. There's Nasty Nate in the house. What up, Nasty Nate? Frank, Virginia, ready to get to work. Steve G says Canes, Avs, favorites. The Tides have a turn. I love it. Big Daddy Boom, ready to get to work. Let's turn that around for you. D Jenkins, Joe Todero. What a great job on the PFL breakdowns from our guy Joe Todero and Brizzy. I love it. I love it. All right. So Dav Fenn, it's his birthday. Our guy Dav Fenn, birthday today. I think I know the play, but I am going to wait here because I haven't even bet it yet. I was trying to get it in before the show started, but just without Jose here, I just had too much to do here. Just too much to do. That is a winged V on my hat. I have a Phillies hat that's dope. It's a beautiful, beautiful Phillies hat. 30-year anniversary hat. Or no, must be 75-year anniversary. I forget what, because I'm getting confused with my Jay's 30-year anniversary hat. An anniversary hat. But I can't, it has green underneath here. So I can't, I got the rocking the green screen, which will be changing soon as well. Jessica Easton in the house. Thank you. That means a lot. This is a crucial, very, very, very crucial. The success is very, very crucial. There's Joey B in the house. Vaughn Polo ready to get to work. Great to see all you guys. So Kong's Clips ready to eat. Lucas Ryan. We got Joe Walsh saturated. Says you're screwing up a lot of people's morning routines. Yes. But look, what's best for the channel? Jose's not going to be available if we start at 11 a.m. He wants to be available for baseball. He's got to come into the studio. This is about what's best for the channel here. And yes, this is an old school Vancouver hockey club when they were an amateur squad 120 years ago before they became the Canucks hat. So there's not going to be no NHL cap, Steve G. We're going to cap NHL heavy. We're just not going to be able to cap it off the top, but we'll figure this out here. We'll figure this out. So great to see all of you guys. We are ready to go. There's Chill Will in the house. The Sweaty Butcher ready to get to work. Andrew G. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Coin moving on the under 221.5. And we are going to get to work right now in Major League Baseball. And Dav Fenn, happy birthday to our guy Dav Fenn. Always had my back. One night I was just in the dumps, live betting a football game. And I was in a bad way. And Dav Fenn told me right before the end of the stream, he said, you bet the Warriors right this second. Just put a big bet on the Warriors right this second. They were down maybe 10 or 12 points, and he got me on the money line, and it cashed out it's like a plus 350, plus 400 spot. And I'll never forget it. Dav Fenn cared very much about me. I was in the dumps. He cared about me. And then I remember I woke up the next morning, fist pumped, ready to rock, and I got on a winning streak. And it was because Dav Fenn cared about me and saw that I was in the dumps. And he has been a great friend throughout my entire career. And I'm thankful to cap with him. And happy birthday to my friend Dav Fenn. All right, great to see all you guys here. J-Dub also on Miami Heat money line. I think we're ready to rock. Troy Torrance ready to go. Lucas Ryan says, Michael was out to dinner and ran into Scott Mellenby and Coach Monty. I've always been a huge Scott Mellenby fan. That's dope, man. That's dope. Okay, great to see all you guys. And Big Scott, birthday too. Big Scott and Dav Fenn celebrating their birthdays. Oh, I love it. Let's get that right under Dav Fenn. Big Scott, Dav Fenn, great friends of the channel. Oh, shoot, I screwed that up. Let me just quickly undo that paste and put this paste here. Okay, we're in business. Stephen Harrison ready to go. Stephen Harrison on Dodgers run line here. Rez Mob ready to get to work. Great to see all you guys. Lucas Ryan said, Jort season. Not yet. There's AOD in the house. Okay, and Joe Todero here. And Ski Profit rocking with us. Joe Todero on Phillies Red Sox money line. Okay, so thank you guys so much for being here. We don't have Jose, but everything will be fine. I'm going to stay calm. Not going to panic. It's as hot as I've been in a very, very, very long time. Saturated says, think the time change is permanent unless people don't want it. So, we'll see. Whatever you guys want here. Again, but it is best for Jose and best for the channel if we move back an hour, and We want what's best for the channel. There's Old E. So last thing, please enter the NHL playoff pool. And we are very excited about Mike Taylor and Rudy J joining the channel. They'll be at my time slot 11 a.m. and their show will roll into ours. And we are coming off an 8-in-1 day plus 7.19 units. Last 72 hours, we're up 27.53 units. And we need this right now. The time change starts on a Monday. So that means also that our Medicate Monday show, they've been asked to go back an hour. I'm not, privy to what's going on in those conversations, but everybody's been asked to push back an hour. So let's get to work now in Major League Baseball. Please here, and my eyes, the fucking LASIK is done, man. I've lost it here. Okay, beautiful. We have both of our guys ready for game one. So let's get to work. Thank you guys for joining us. We must stay hot. We must stay locked in. We must fire at the board when we're running hot. We have to capture these moments and take advantage of them and make as much money as possible. Now, we need to think smart and be sharp and attack. Please welcome the star of today's show. He'll be with me for Major League Baseball and NBA, coming to us from Los Angeles, California. And I just love capping with this dude. We message back and forth till late in the night with our action and what's going on and what we think and what live moves we should make. And like when Troy Torrance stayed at my spot with me in San Antonio, and he got up every morning at 6 a.m. to cap, the harder we work and the harder your friends work and inspire you, the better we'll all be for it. And this man inspires me. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, Mr. Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, happy Friday, my guy. Happy to be back here with you, man. Get to share the screen with the hottest capper I know right now. So it's absolutely crazy. I love to see it. And I'm stoked to cap this card with you, man. We got a loaded card. We got my guy TJ going to cap some games with us too. I'm stoked for that. Yeah, I'm locked and loaded for today. I'm ready to go. We
get Dougie Wise's action here. Free bands play of the day. We got Troy Torrance's action as well. It is exciting to work with TJ. All these cappers that we have on our screen, they make us better. And TJ is in business. He would have made his debut earlier, but he has moved back to Virginia, and he's ready to rock with us right now. So he's got 4 games. He's moving on this first game with us at 2:20 p.m. Eastern. Without further ado, please welcome our friend TJ to the telecast. Let me just set this up here quickly so we don't. Okay, here we go. Please welcome TJ to the telecast. TJ, what's good, man? How are you?
What's going on, guys, man? Happy to be here. I'm excited to get back on the show, capping my guys. It's fun to be in the chat. It's a whole nother level getting on screen, though, man. Let me tell you. And I ruined Jimmy's perfect baseball day yesterday with my confident play going down. I should have.
You said such horrible things about Canning, and I've let him know. Griffin Canning's a pal of mine. I let him know the shit you've been saying about him, and then I didn't tell him that I also faded him, though. I kept that out of the conversation.
Well, Mr. Gas Can's I got to take a big look at him because he's actually pitching decently. So we'll see.
I love hearing it. I'm actually wearing a Roy Halladay jersey today, Doc Halladay, for our friend Emerson Hancock, who was called by multiple cappers as trash and ass and things of that nature because he had a bad 2/3 of an inning start. He went 5 strong, allowed 2 innings, put his team in position to win. 6th overall pick in the 2020 draft that was being slandered, just like Doc Halladay was when he had a 6.5 ERA. I'm sure there was cappers back then saying Halladay's trash, Halladay's ass. So I pulled out the Doc Halladay shirt. All right, let's get to work here, fellas. Great to see all of you. Dam says he is trash. Oh, I think he's talking about Canning, which is great. This is all, what's fun is that we don't have to agree with each other. We just have to win. And I have not been doing that this year. This is the second, the first 2 days of the year were good, Thursday and Friday, and then I fell apart. But we're back in the black for the first time this year. AM says that Emerson is dog shit. We'll see. The 6th overall pick, obviously is one of the best prospects in the world. So you're saying that in a few years he's become trash. Look, that's part of the fun. We don't have to agree with each other, and I know you guys are wrong. So it's let's get to work here. Also, so I've now moved into the black for the first time this year, and I know a lot of you guys have been in the black all year, and so your angles are more valid than mine. I'm just 58 and 54, 51.8% plus 1.15 units, ROI plus 1.03%, average line minus 105. And Wine Time Sports here on our show, 20 and 15 at 57.1% plus 4.65 units, ROI plus 13.29%, average line plus 100. And now we get to see TJ at work, and he will be opening up his account. Again, we apologize to you all. We have no graphics, so it's going to be tricky for people watching afterwards, and we apologize for that. If you go to the description, that is the order of the show, which might make it easier for you guys to follow along here. Let's get to work. We start at 2:20 p.m. Eastern. Arizona Diamondbacks 12 and 7, 6 and 3 on the road. At the Chicago Cubs 12 and 9, 4 and 4 at home, and we're at Wrigley Field. Storied baseball stadium that is affected heavily by weather. Now there's talk about whether the George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa the weather has a bigger effect, and there's a lot of thought that it does. But here the wind is blowing out. It has changed a little bit. It's come down a little bit, but 73 Fahrenheit at first pitch, feels like 67, 14.3 miles per hour to center, stays between 14.3 and 15.2 miles per hour. Stacks play of the day to get us started is the over 10.5. He got in early, and he's looking to get that cash. Let's get Justin McKelvey. Stacks play of the day to get us started. And shout out to our guy, Justin McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
We have Corbin Burnes going up against Colin Ray. Corbin Burnes has not looked good to start the season. A lot of teams were trying to sign him in the offseason. Blue Jays being one of them. 0-1, 5.28 ERA, 1.57 whip. He's throwing 15 and a third with 14 strikeouts, 9 walks, and 3 homers. His last start was a quality start. 6 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, 2 walks, and a 5-4 win at home versus the Brewers. He's not made anything look easy this year. Then we have Colin Ray. This is a pitcher who's now rejoined Craig Counsell, who he pitched for in 2023 in Milwaukee. He's coming off his first start. He'd been coming out of the bullpen. I don't know. I mean, I'm certain they're never going to let Colin Ray see a lineup a third time. But his last start was pretty good. 3 2/3, 4 hits, 1 earned run, no homers, 5 Ks, 1 walk, and a 4-2 win at the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks are ripping the leather off of righties. 264, 859 OPS. Cubs versus righties, 254, 755 OPS. The Diamondbacks bullpen is being very good. I believe it's trustworthy. 3.48 ERA, 0.97 whip. The Cubs bullpen has struggled at 4.92 ERA, 1.65 whip. AM has moved on the over 10.5, and he got a beautiful number, minus 102. Jake Burns on the Cubs team total over. Justin McKelvey with Swanson RBI plus 138. Robert Franklin has moved on the over 11. Let's take a look at the line history here. And I know that because he was messaging me last night about this very spot, that Wine Time has moved on this game. So Wine Time will get us started here. We have a total right now of 11. It's minus 115 to the over. This was available at 10.5, minus 115 to the over at 365 when I was talking to Wine Time about it. Our offshore that we use for line moves, they didn't open this up till 12:44 a.m. Eastern. It opened up over 10.5, minus 112, and in 11 minutes it moved to 11. So since then, we have 16 cents of movement towards the over. It just moved again 20 minutes ago. I should refresh this odds page. So we have a minus 117 to the over. So it's going to be 11.5 here shortly. On the money line here, we have Corbin Burnes in Arizona at minus 105. They opened up minus 121. We've had a very big move to the Chicago Cubs from plus 110 to minus 103. And we looking at the cash here again. This is from the Action Network, and a lot of talk between us about moving over to the odds logic. This will be discussed here, and decisions will be made about that. 55% of the tickets, 69% of the cash on the Chicago Cubs. And on the total, we have 43% of the tickets and 57% of cash on the under, but it keeps climbing. Truth Teller says it doesn't matter how high it goes. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Diamondbacks, Cubbies, afternoon action for us at Wrigley Field in Chicago.
Yeah, it was interesting, Jimmy. When I capped this card last night, this is the only total not available for me on the board, and it was for a good reason. They didn't want me to take it at that 10.5. I was able to get an 11 this morning, juiced at a -120, so I did move on that. I expect a lot of home runs in this game as well. I'm looking at the player prop market right now. There's quite a few guys that are under +200 to hit a home run today. Carroll, Gino Suarez, Tucker and Suzuki are right there on +200. It's looking like at a lot of books. Swanson absolutely crushes Corbin Burns in his career. 12 for 20, 2 home runs, 6 RBIs. Pretty crazy to see. I was surprised to see that. Kyle Tucker playing some really good baseball right now for the Cubs. This Cubs team, man, coming off a tough road trip. West Coast playing some really good teams that have been playing really good baseball lately. They've been able to hang their own. They're sitting here at 12-9 right now. I like this roster that the Cubs have. I've talked about it all offseason before coming into this, and I've talked about it on the show. I think they're really deep. I mean, you look at their 1 through 9 right now. There's a lot of good guys in that order right now. Looking at Arizona, winning 5 games in a row, sweeping the Marlins. I think they haven't faced as tough as competition so far, but their guys too. Corbin Carroll, Padromo, Smith, Naylor. These guys are crushing the ball right now. Gurriel still hasn't gotten going. Marte's still out right now. These are 2 good teams right here, and I think we're seeing this line movement for a reason. I wasn't planning on moving the Cubs until this morning, seeing how much it's moved towards them, and looking at the market right now. I believe last time I saw it's, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, it's around 50% of money right now. 55% of money, 60-70% of bets about on the Chicago Cubs, and it's moving towards that way. It doesn't look like it's a super public play. It looks like it's a sharp play. It looks like a couple people came in and threw a bunch of money down on this game, and the books reacted to it. I wish I could have got a better number. You can get a -105 right now. I got a +100. I could have got a better number, but I'll still take the +100 here with the Chicago Cubs. 2 plays for me in this one. I'm also 3 player props. I'm not giving these out officially, guys. If you want to tail them, let me know. These are just little small plays. Swanson over 1.5 hits +120. Suzuki, or these are over 1.5 hits from 1.5 bases from hits. Suzuki -110 over 1.5. Tucker over 1.5 -105. I like all 3 of those players today. Those are just small bets. I'll make those official on the show, though.
Well, you were very professional rolling through when I accidentally clicked on the Gokster video. I was just trying to switch the background, so you stayed very professional. I don't know if you
I was reading something. I was off it. That's why.
Excellent work. Excellent work. You stayed very professional. It was a test. Let's call it a test. It was very professional. We have Wine Time moving on the Cubs +100 and the over 11. And clearly his book did not want him to bet it. This line continues to move up towards the over. We also have Jeff Slaughter, who is 3-0 on this show on his 2-leg Major League Baseball parlays. And obviously that has attracted our attention. He's now going for 4-0, and we are tracking it now. We didn't start tracking it, but you go 3-0 on 2-leg parlays, we'll start tracking it. So we are tracking it now, and thumbnail in the works. Now, the first thumbnail coming up, though, is the Pig Milk Play Today thumbnail. But Slaughter, Cubs Pirates moneyline parlay from Jeff Slaughter. So here we go. TJ, your first game of the 2025 season here on Pub Sports Radio. Take it away.
Yeah, I think, I mean, anytime we get this wind blowing out at Wrigley, obviously you're going to look at the over, but it's very important to look at what these pitchers throw, and we'll get to that. Wine Time hit on the offenses real well. Just a couple more numbers for you. The D-backs are hard hitting 36%, which is almost top in baseball, number 2 in baseball. The Cubs are at about 33%, and both have very high pull percentages in the mid-40s, very high weighted runs created plus versus opposing pitchers, and very high fly ball percentages. So you get teams that put the ball in the air, they pull them, and they're barreling them up at the top of baseball. Now you got to look at the pitchers, see if these are ground ball pitchers. Then that can neutralize it. But what we're seeing is that they're really not. Burns, when he's on, is known as a ground ball pitcher. And right now he's getting 46%, which is upper half, but he's also given up a ton of hard contact, 33% hard hit, 54% over 95%, 10% barrel rate, 1.8 home runs per 9. And that's in a regular game without this wind in Wrigley that has such an effect on it. You look at Ray on the other side, 46% fly ball percentage. He has yet to give up a home run, but he's getting barreled and he's getting lucky. I guess he's an average for barrel, but you look at his, underlying metrics, and I just don't believe that, a 1 ERA, 1.11 whip, I got an expected ERA of 4.8. He's striking out only 19%. Burns is only at 20%. The one good thing about Ray is he puts it in the zone. He's not walking people, but if you're in the zone today, it takes one swing of the bat to change the game. He's also got 90% left on base percentage, so he's getting a little bit lucky in his starts, in his outings thus far. He's not going deep. My initial lean here was to back Arizona first 5. You can't go full game. This is such an advantage travel spot for the Cubs. Day off yesterday, whereas Arizona used a lot of their pen. They have a lot. Puck isn't available. They have a lot of guys on back-to-backs. So be careful with that pen usage, or look to jump live on the Cubs late game once Burns is out. But I don't trust Burns enough to lay 120 in the first 5. So I did find a really good bet, I think, and it's on DraftKings, and you might be able to find it elsewhere. I'm looking on Heritage now, but both teams to score in the first 3 innings is -110. Both teams just need 1 run in the first 3 innings, -110, and that's over at DraftKings right now. We can check some other books while we're talking, but that's my official play here. Both teams to score in the first 3 innings, -110 to DraftKings.
I like it, TJ. And this was TJ's record last year with us. 44-26 in MLB, 62.9%, plus 16.51 units, ROI plus 23.59%, average line -108. That was what TJ did with us last year. So TJ, I must ask you, why then, with everybody else on the over, are you, and I'm not, but why are you not on the over?
I wouldn't I trust Corbin Burns' pedigree, right? I wouldn't be surprised if he goes out there and only allows 2 runs over 6. He can, if that guy's stuff is working and he can miss some bats and get some ground balls, runs might be tough to get now. And you got a rested Chicago pen, which has performed well. Their top guys are doing great, and we're going to get to see them at about the 4th inning here. And Council's going to have a plan. So tough travel spot for Zona. If I had to gun to my head, take the full game over, I would, rather than the under. But I just feel more confident in getting a run from each team early on, and we'll see what happens.
Our guy Lucas says he has a small boat named after TJ. That's how well he did.
Ooh.
And Zoe, this is incredible. Zoe, thank you. If you could do this, if anybody can do this for our games, that would be phenomenal. I don't know why I never thought of it. So thank you so much for thinking of that. What teamwork from this. Thank you. So if you guys could do that for each game, it would be phenomenal. TJ has moved on both teams to score in the first 3 innings at -110, available at DraftKings. Wine time has moved on the Cubs plus 100 and the over 11 at -120. We move on to our next game on the board, 6:40 p.m. Eastern. We have the Cleveland Guardians 9-9, 4-8 on the road at the Pittsburgh Pirates 8-12, 6-4 at home. We're at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Zoe, you're the man. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just love this group, man. Very, very thankful. Let's roll here. We have an 8.5 is our total, but let's get into the weather first before we get into the line movement. 79 Fahrenheit feels like 72. It's warming up. 79 Fahrenheit feels like 72. 13.9 miles per hour, right to left, very slightly out. It dies down 2 miles per hour each hour. So 11.8 after an hour is being played. 9.8 after 2 hours being played. And once we get to 2 hours being played, it's just right across the diamond. There's no a little bit out to left field. So let's grab the total here. An 8.5. It's -107 to the under. This opened up at 9 at 3:07 p.m. and it lasted there for 21 minutes. Oh, sorry. No, that's not true. It just started getting juice. So 21 minutes, it moved 8 cents to the under. And then in an hour and 11 minutes, we moved to 8.5, which is where we are right now. When we first moved to 8.5, this was minus 116 to the over. Now it's minus 105 to the over. So a real legitimate move towards the under in this one. We have the Guardians at minus 125. They opened up at minus 110. We've already talked about Luis Ortiz with our guy Spooner in the chat. And Spooner was saying that he loves to back a pitcher who has been let go by a club. And Luis Ortiz wasn't bad last year. I mean, well, we can talk all about that. Let's talk about him right now. But he was very upset that he wasn't in the part of this baseball team moving forward. And they have so many great young pitchers. You can understand why. The wild card here is not just Luis Ortiz facing his old team. It's Carmen Mlodski. He is certainly a wild card. And I'd say it's McGinski. Mlodzinski, but it's McGinski. So this is the first round pick in the 2020 draft from the Pittsburgh Pirates. It was 31st overall. I imagine if Emerson Hancock, who went 6th overall, is trash, this guy must be horrific, according to your guys' thoughts about that 2020 draft. We have seen him now for 3 seasons. He's been up for 3 seasons. That first season, he made 1 start here, and he was closing games, and he looked quite good. 2.25 ERA. This is back in 2023 with a 1.29 WHIP. Then second season, he went 5-5 with a 3.38 ERA. That season, he started games and he finished games. He was very useful for the Pirates. 1.18 WHIP. And then this year, makes the club to be a starter, and he's looked very bad. 13 innings, 9 earned runs. He's got a 1.77 WHIP. He has struggled mightily thus far. Let's touch on what he's done, though, when he's been in the minors, just very, very, very quickly here. I think that is relevant here. In 2024, he had 15 games, and he had 4 complete games. Oh, no, he was finishing games. Sorry, my bad. Four games he finished. He was closing games. He had been closing games throughout his career. He was closing games back in 2023 when he was in AAA Indianapolis. He was closing games in 2024. He closed 5 games last year, but now he's trying to be a starter. And maybe that's not his spot. Here. So, and Sweaty Butcher saying, not sure if he'll be here for surf for NBA, but he's given us the surf and turf. Thank you so much. I'm glad that I caught that here. Very glad that I caught that. So let's go. Truth Teller, thank you. Setting up the spot here. Thank you. Okay, so let's just get the surf and turf in here. And now we have TJ staying with us. TJ, I know you haven't made moves on these games. Are you comfortable staying and hammering these games, or would you prefer to jump on when you're moving on the games?
No, I'll stay as long as I'll stay and help out.
Okay, dope.
Yeah, I'll have some other plays. It's just those 4 are solid.
I love it.
No
I love
problem.
it. Okay, well, let's get this one set up a little bit more here. The Ortiz's last start was really strong. It was at home. He went 5 2/3, 1 hit. He allowed a solo shot for that 1 hit, struck out 10, walked 2. Feels like he's ready to fire today. And I do not know what this kid for the Pirates is going to do, but a very highly thought of prospect. A coin telling us that 67% of tickets, 72% cash is on the under here. We see that line moving in that direction. Dylon moving in the ATP. Barcelona, Stefanos versus Arthur over 2.5 sets at plus 120 for Dylon. We have Pittsburgh versus righties, horrific. It's the worst in Major League Baseball. 197 with a 594 OPS. Guardians versus righties, 222, 672 OPS. They always start the year poor, and this year it's not really weather-based. They're just not hitting. Guardians bullpen has been excellent all year. So is the Pirates. Guardians bullpen a 3 ERA, 1.29 WHIP. Pirates bullpen 3.23 ERA, 1.23 WHIP. We get to the cash flow here for this spot, according to Action. 24% of tickets and 29% of cash is on the under. Now we just got the odds logic numbers, 68 and 83 on the Cleveland Guardians, with the line moving in their direction. AM is on the under 8.5. And no, Irish King, our friend Jose is sick today. sick today. He's the backbone here. So TJ, we'll start with you on this one. Guardians, Pirates, your feelings. TJ?
Yeah, this one's interesting. I think the market is interesting here because you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, your money. Is there something wrong?
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, the market's interesting here because it looks it looks like more money and bets are coming in on Cleveland, and yet the line's moving to Pittsburgh. So for your market bettors, it's a Pittsburgh spot. I don't let that. I mean, I do follow it. I typically stay off when it conflicts with my numbers. I have Cleveland.
See, I have the opposite. I have a 15-cent move to the Guardians.
Minus 140, so it looks like a Cleveland bet if I just totally ignored it. Oh,
I have a 15.
Maybe I was on first five here. Cleveland. Oh yeah, from opening. I mean, it got up to 138. Now it's down to 125.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know
so
if
he's
you've
seen
seen that
buyback.
too, but,
You're right. It got up to
I've seen it
-1.
open get all the way up to 138. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, keep
come
rolling
back down. So I mean, I don't hate Cleveland here. I don't know what to expect out of these guys. They're telling us the weather's coming in with some wind from third to first, which is going to stop the movement a little bit on the righties. Probably not enough to affect it with a bad Pittsburgh lineup. There's just too many question marks here for me, so I'm going to stay off. Nerfy, sure, I can see that.
And what is your expectation? I think that we can expect Luis Ortiz to pitch fine. What is your expectation of Carmen McGinsky? TJ?
Yeah, that's the hard stuff, man. What he's shown us so far, there's not a lot of what he's shown us so far. There's just not a lot on the screen that pops off that makes me want to back him. I guess 14K, 6 walks, just a lot of red on my screen here, and not someone I want to support. 177 whip. His K rate's okay, but a lot of walks, wild. He's not getting swinging strikes. He's giving up a lot of zone contact. So I don't know. My numbers point to Cleveland. Come game time, I may jump on, but
that last start against the Reds, 4 1/3, 4 earned runs, 4 Ks, and 2 walks. Wine Time Sports, Guardians, Pirates in PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, interesting. Troy said it's guards up to minus 140. At this book right here, I have Guardians at minus 125 right now, Pirates at plus 115. So that's interesting. Maybe a couple of books have this off right now. Looking at this, I originally wanted to move on Pittsburgh, kind of just looking at the market. And I was on Pittsburgh yesterday, 1-0. And both these batting orders are just so weak, man. So inconsistent. Jose Ramirez had that series against the Angels where he got all of his home runs and just really hasn't been able to do anything since then. These lineups are not deep by any means. And I don't know. It kind of makes me want to take the under, but at the same time, maybe these teams can have a bigger day and they can go over this total. I have nothing on this game. I'm skipping off over this one. No play for me in this one, but originally had to lean towards the Pirates. Ended up moving away from it though. I don't like what I see from this Pirates team, so I can't back them with the X's and O's. And but seeing this market right now, wait, Troy said one time seeing it. Oh, if guards go, okay, I got you. My bad, Troy. Didn't see that part. No, yeah, definitely. If the guards get up to minus 140, this is a Guardian spot, I think for sure, Troy. We'll see if it gets up there. If it does, then maybe might move on the -1 or something in that spot. I'm going to end up staying away from this one, Jim. I want nothing to do with this game.
I think the issue with this game is we're going to say Luis Ortiz is going to step up against the team that let him go, which is, a fair thing. I think our guy TJ's restarting his computer here. I think there was a bit of a lag. See if that fixed things here. So you're wondering, well, is Luis Ortiz going to step against his whole team, or is Carmen McGinsky? Does he think, one bad start, I'm going to be sent, another bad start, I'm going to be sent down to the minors? Is he worried about that? Because he looked great these first 2 seasons. So Troy Torrance says, look at McGinsky versus lefties here. Let's pull up some splits for the young man here. I got it up anyways here. Let's go to splits. Here we go. 2025 splits for Carmen McGinsky. And then, do the – and the Guardians do have left-handed bats, obviously. We have versus left-handed bats. Sorry, 1 second. This year, yeah, he's being hit very hard by them. Let's see if that was this. I mean, we don't want to be dealing with sample size issues. Let's go to 2024. See if he had the same issues against left-handed bats. Sorry, taking a second to load here. And oh god, it's not coming up. Days of rest. Okay, sorry, it's taking me a second here. So I just think there's too much guessing game here. Whether or not McGinskey's going to step up, whether or not Luis Ortiz is going to step up against his old team. I don't feel comfortable enough to. And Troy saying he did not have that issue in 2024. So let's roll on to our next spot here on the show. Were we getting we were lagging a little bit? Is it all better now, TJ?
Yeah, I don't know. Let me know.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like it sounds better. Okay. All right. Thank you, Big Zo. There's my guy, Ick Schnizzle in the house. We roll on to our next spot on the board, 6:40 p.m. Eastern. Kansas City Royals 8-12, 2-8 on the road. The Detroit Tigers 11-8, 6-1 at home. Let's go to the weather here in Detroit. 77 Fahrenheit. It is breezy, 15.6 miles per hour, right to left, but in. Right to left, but in. Dies down to just 4. It doesn't die down. It goes down to 14.3 by the end of the game. So it is heavily the wind is an issue. AM saying McGinskey's much better than Ortiz. I get the spot, but I'd rather trust the underlying numbers. I think that's fair. And McGinskey backwards. It's almost a Schnitzel. Look at that. I'm trying to stay focused, but that's hard to not respect there. All right, let's get back to work here. We have Cole Ragans going up against Jackson Jobe. Jobe, I think he was number 3 overall pick a few years back. A very highly thought of prospect here. Let's get into the weather to get us started. Oh, we did that. Sorry, a little flustered without Mr. Bouquet rolling with us. We have Jackson Jobe and the Detroit Tigers at plus 129. They opened up at plus 114, so a 14-cent move towards Ragans and the Kansas City Royals. From a total standpoint here, we have a 7.5. It's minus 115 to the over. This opened up at 7.5, heavily juiced to the under, and then it moved to 7. It was not a legit 7, but it was a situation where you could take the under 7.5 heavily juiced or take the over 7 heavily juiced, depending on what you wanted. But things have changed. Now we have a 7.5 that's just that's minus 116 to the over. This is a big move towards the over. From the opening line, we've moved 20 cents towards the over. Let's get to the cash flow here for this one. We have 59% of the tickets, 60% of the cash on the Detroit Tigers, 69% of the tickets, and 61% of the cash on the over. Wow. Oldie says he was on the under 7.5 yesterday. He'll be back on it again today. And Stephen Hairstone, Royals first 5. He also says that the under 7 is definitely a look. AM says Royals, Tigers under 7.5, strong wind blowing in. Ragans deals and runs are tough to come by. Top set also on the under. A coin saying that it's 64% of tickets and 27% of cash on Kansas City money line and moving in their direction. Jermaine says Tigers as a dog at home. Tigers auto bet may go reverse run line. Interesting. Ragans has looked excellent this year, as expected. 2.28 ERA, 0.93 whip, 34 strikeouts in just 23 2/3, 34 strikeouts and 4 walks, 1 homer. He's been elite. Coming off 4-2 win at the Guardian, 7 2/3, 4 hits, 1 earned run, no homers, 10 Ks, no walks. Jobe coming off a beautiful start himself. 4-0 win at the Twins. The Royals aren't hitting righties at all. 200, 564 OPS. The Tigers aren't hitting lefties, but compared to the Royals versus righties, they're hitting them a bit. 221, 656 OPS. Royals bullpen 3.77 ERA, 1.37 whip. And the Tigers bullpen 3.43 ERA, 1.03 whip. One MLB spot for Razor today, and it is the Houston Astros. Thank you, Razor. That's copied and pasted, and we will discuss it. So, wine time, get us started here. We have Royals, Tigers in Comerica Park, Detroit, Michigan.
Yeah, I really want to back the Royals here. When I originally capped this game, I just kind of want to see some more line movement towards them here in this spot. They've lost 4 games in a row, including yesterday, the Tigers 6-1. I'm talking about 2 inconsistent batting orders, too, between both these teams here. It seems like they go 1 on, 1 off between the two. Royals, as I mentioned, losing 4 straight games. I think this is a game they can get here, especially with Ragans on the mound. I think he could shove here. I think Troy said that in the chat as well. I haven't moved on this officially yet. Kind of want to get these batting orders posted first, but I have a lean towards the Royals here in this spot. I'm not going to back the Tigers here at home. Tigers been playing some good team baseball though to start the season. Good for them. I do expect to see Royals play some better baseball going forward. So if I had a lean in this one, I would take the Royals. No play for me as of right now, but strong lean towards the Royals.
This is a fascinating spot. I'm surprised. Look, I know the Tigers are 6-1 at home going up against the Royals team that's 2-8 on the road, but Raggins is absolutely dealing. And then you have the twist of this big move towards the over. TJ, how do you figure out your way through this, and are you moving on Royals Tigers?
I really want to move on the Royals -1. 4 in a row losers, bad road record. Detroit's got the good record. We already covered all that. And yet I can get a minus, 105 to -110 on the -1 line. And I got a bullpen with the Royals who my key guys, none of them pitched yesterday. Detroit will be without a couple arms. I really trust Raggins. I mean, everything in his numbers and his metrics going back to last year, just excellent. Last year 1.14 whip, the year before 1.40. So he's going down consistently. He's at 0.9 right now. He's faced the Guardians twice. Second time around, really owned them, pitching into the 8th. The Twins, okay, not a great lineup. The Brewers, but Job, he got the Mariners. He got hit in Seattle, 3 runs, and then he got the White Sox and Twins, and we know the Twins can't hit. So it's not like he's faced bottom 10 competition as far as lineups go, especially at Seattle. I bumped them down quite a bit in Seattle. This is a situation to me where I have one team overperforming and one team underperforming, and those all tend to regress to the norm through the course of the season. Now, it's pretty early on. You don't want to catch a falling knife, but I am going to move here. I'm going to back Raggins. There's nothing in there that concerns me. So I'm going to take Kansas City -1, and let's add that to my official play. Throw it in the calculator here.
Yeah, let's get it in the calculator here. Move this over here. Why do you think this line is moving towards the over with everybody on the under? I mean, clearly it means that there is vulnerability somewhere because these offenses have been very weak. Do you think that the market moving towards the Royals and moving to the over is telling us that Jackson Job, with 9 strikeouts and 8 walks, as a K to walk ratio, is just, and I know that the Royals are hitting like, a bottom team in Major League Baseball, but is he the one that the market is saying is vulnerable here?
Yeah, I think he is. We know there's quality hitters on this Kansas City team. Not a ton. It's like their bottom 4 are very concerning, but the top of that lineup could put up some runs. I initially saw this and looked under. It got to an 8, and I went to bet it, and I missed it, and it bounced back down to 7.5. The book I was looking at. I don't think we're going to see an 8. I think if it pops there, it's going to pop right back down. You're going to get back and forth all day. I wouldn't be surprised if this closes at like a -110 on the 7.5. Just some early movement. So I'm not too concerned about it, and I think they are saying that Job's going to be vulnerable here. I don't see how you can project Raggins to give up more than 3 at the most over 6 or 7 innings. So they got to be going the other way with it.
Huh. I think the Royals are becoming extremely appealing here. I on a very quick side note, I was planning on moving on this before the show started, but I was just a little caught up getting everything together. I have moved on the Giants Angels. First 3 under 2.5. -125 is very expensive. These first 3s are very expensive. I'm 9-1 in my last 10 first 3s right now. So I've moved on the first 3 under 2.5 in Giants Angels, and that's our last game here on the slate. TJ has moved, or is in this moving on Royals -1.
Yeah, it's -107 Heritage.
I think that I should join you on this. I think it's
you guys as well. I'm going to move on it as well at the -1.
I think it's very telling, everything that's happening here right now within this market. I don't put it, when this got up to -147, I think that was very telling going up against a team that's 6-1 on the road. And sure, there's buyback. Why wouldn't there be? There's people who have been making money on the Tigers at home game after game after game, and they're going to just keep hammering. And there's nothing wrong with doing that.
Yeah, I talked about this a little bit
this.
last year. Sorry,
Yeah.
Jimmy. I talked about this a little bit last year about, you can make money regardless of the outcome on baseball. If you can look at a game the night before and you get good at predicting line moves, that thing moves 15 cents, you just take the other side and you lock in profit. And lots of people do that for thousands of dollars. And so some buyback it always makes sense because there's pros that literally just do that.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And BJ's come in with his best bet, Kansas City Royals money line. So just my 2 cents in the house as well. Great to see you, my man. And he has the Rangers plus 122. Let's get all of this here broken down. And I may miss some of these, but I'll at some point I'll talk about everybody's action. I just got it copied and pasted all over the place. Not a lot of it's just a little frantic today without Jose. Troy Torn says this is the Tigers' first 5 team total under spot. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
I'm a little weird, a little messed up by the market at this point, moving so heavily towards the over that they're making it sound like this could be 3-2 Royals after 5, and I don't think it will be. I can understand, but I'm just going to keep it clean. I'm going to add the Royals here on the -1 line as well. Nate Dogg 420 coming off a huge game here. Excellent work from our guy, Nate Dogg. He's been running very hot here. Let's just copy and paste his action. Sorry, here we go. His action. And then we're going to move on to the next spot. And big shout out to our guy, Big Zoe, hooking us up with the games underneath. We're very, very fortunate to rock with Zoe. So let's get that set up here for our next spot on the board. Let's roll. Next stop for us, and I'm going to put that in. One time, have you put your Royals in?
I'm going to right now. What did you guys get? -1, -105?
He got -1, -107.
Yeah, Heritage was -137 and +122, I believe.
I can get a money line right now at -140. I think I'm going to move on the money line here at -140. I can't get a -1 here, so.
But can you get the run line?
I can, yeah.
So just build it with the
Make it.
Yeah, here. I'll just pop it in the chat for you here. And for anybody in the similar situation as our friend Wine Time, they don't offer it because it's extremely helpful. That's why they don't offer it. So here, this is courtesy of our friend Ron Crawford here. So let me just send this over to you. I'm going to pop this into the chat. Please use this for hockey. Use it for baseball. It's
this is an excellent tool. And so I just bet it at Heritage and I got -107 doing it, my own way. Heritage is offering a -1 at -112. But if you do the math yourself, yeah.
That's another thing. There was a Canadian book up here that I'm not going to sit here and slander, but I was crushing their -1 lines, and I sent it to him. The guy who runs the book. I was like, I've talked about it, and he said, we'll fix that. And I haven't gone back and checked. I kind of wrote off the book. Okay, let's roll on to our next spot on the board. I'm going to make this bet here shortly. We have Marlins, Phillies, and we have Made in Philly in the house here. Made in Philly. Here we go. Sandy Alcantara versus Zach Wheeler. So I have not been coming to the show with any bets already made all year. I came with one about 2 weeks ago and it lost. Capping it with you guys, I find the angles and it's been successful for me. But here, these are the spots that I must attack. I must attack a pitcher who has thrown 3 straight road starts and look average and is going, 3 straight home starts and is going on the road. I must bet on a pitcher like Dean Kramer, who has had 3 bad road starts and then comes back home. I think now Alcantara is more than capable of pitching well here, but I will challenge him to do so. So I moved on the Phillies first 5 very early this morning, and I got -0.5 and -122. It was much better. It was a much better number I was offered than here at 365. At that point, it was minus 135, so I was getting 13 cents better here. Let's just take a look and see what it is right now. Here, the minus 135. It's just minus 140 now. It's only a 5-cent move towards Wheeler. Wheeler's had one home start, and he looked awesome. You know, I just think if he is rolling at home, then we're going to be able to cash these first fives minus a half over and over and over again. I did this without, using the market. If I had to use the market at the time, I probably wouldn't bet it. I can understand why sharps would want Sandy Alcantara, or plus a half, is such a big dog. I get it. We didn't see him pitch last year. We have a vividness bias of him being an excellent pitcher. I also have a vividness bias of him being an excellent pitcher at home. And if you look at the Phillies bats against Alcantara, they get him. They hit him. And they don't get the Wheeler. They had one guy who was getting the Wheeler over the career. Last start for Alcantara, 5 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs, a 1K, 4 walks, and a 7-6 win at home over the Nationals. And again, this is his first road start. The last start for Zach Wheeler wasn't very good. 6 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, 1 walk, and a 7-0 loss at the Cardinals. The Marlins are not hitting righties. 236, 662 OPS. Phillies versus righties, 228, 696 OPS. Both bullpens have struggled. Where is my advantage? I think I have a real legitimate advantage with Zach Wheeler at home here at a price that's affordable. So I moved on the first 5 minus a half. Let's take a look at the situation here. We'll start with the weather. We have 70 Fahrenheit, feels like 63, 12.1 miles per hour out to left field, gets down to 9.8 by the end of the game. And then we have from a total standpoint, I got money line up. We have Philly minus 205, which is good because there had been buyback. So this opened up minus 200. It got up to minus 208, went down to minus 198. Now we're back to minus 205. Again, if this doesn't work, if I lose this, I'm just going to stop doing this altogether and just only bet once we've capped it together, so I don't fall into traps or mistakes. This total opened up at 7 minus 120 to the over. It took 43 minutes to get to 7.5. And then by 12:30 in the morning, this was an 8. It's back at 7.5. I understand looking at these two pitchers saying, look, they both are not pitching very good. They're both vulnerable. Whatever. Zach Wheeler at home at this price point, I find it very difficult to not think I have an enormous advantage. 89% of tickets, 89% cash on the over. And on the money line, we have 8% of the tickets and 6% of the cash on the Marlins. I wouldn't, in that type of market environment, I would never be on the Phillies here, but I have moved on them here. Very quickly, Dylon, and anybody using the -1 calculator, you select your odd type, American. For me, it's risk amount. And then I put in the odds on the money line and then the run line odds. And you have to put the amount of money you're betting or it won't give you the info. So the amount of money, your unit size, money line wager, run line wager, or the odds. Take it away here, TJ, Marlins, Phillies.
I have learned this from you. A pitcher who's been on the road and comes back home to where he's comfortable, been for years. And we know his pedigree. He's a great pitcher. He's gonna be a top 10 pitcher this year, just like he tends to be. Alcantara, he looked good in that first start, but man, the last two, the strikeout numbers went down in both of them. The walks go up in both of them. Hits allowed, and it's not like he was facing a tough team there at a pitcher's park. He's been comfortable at home, and I think Miami wanted him to get out to that quick start, and they were talking about trying to protect his pitch count because they want to trade him to somebody and get something out of him while they can. This is a dangerous spot for Alcantara and the Marlins, I believe. I don't know if I'm going to pull the trigger on the first 5 minus a half or the -1 here. I've had some trouble with Philly just overall, but I definitely lean with you. It is a bit of juice. I think you can get it -130. But my model definitely likes Philly first 5, likes Philly full game. Obviously, the whole public does, the sharps do. So that's the concerning part, and I just do better staying off those type of games. But I don't blame anyone for taking Philly here. Or even a Miami team total under. It's a tough travel spot.
Yeah, it is a tough travel spot. One question before we go to wine time on this game. The advantage you felt was the rested Royals bullpen and Raggins on the mound. With it in totality, it made you want to take the full game rather than the first 5 minus a half in case Job does pitch well for 5 innings and Raggins is able to pitch longer than him or something.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because Raggins has it in him to go at least 6. I mean, he pitches into the 8th against that lineup. And guys like Ursig and some of their better Estevez, some of their better relievers, even if they're up 4, where normally they'd be rested, they haven't pitched in a while. So I think they're going to get some work. And you're not going to get a scrub out there who might allow a 2-run shot to screw your -1. But yeah, I definitely want to take the full advantage of the bullpen in that game. Plus, I think Detroit's a little overperformed a little bit out of their pen.
Okay, I like it. So I've just moved on the Royals -1. Here we go. Wine time. We have Marlins Phillies. Take it away.
Yeah, just moved on the Royals -1. I got -105. Just tweeted it out as well. So I'm with you guys on those Royals today. Going into this game, man. I'm going to move on this right now as we talk about it. I'm going to move on the over 7.5 in this game. 2 really good pitchers. I mean, you look at these guys on paper. I can't believe Sandy's actually this much of a dog. I mean, it's because I think the Phillies are going to mash him up today. I think you could look at Phillies team total as well. I'm going to see what I can get on that right now. But I am going to move on this over. I think both teams can hit today. I know these 2 are really good pitchers. I mean, Zach Wheeler, one of the best pitchers in baseball. Definitely top 5, definitely top 10. Sandy, he's been inconsistent. He was injured. We'll see how he does today. But I'm looking at the team total right now for the Phillies. It's over 4.5 plus 100 right now. You know what? I'm going to move on that instead of the full game. I think the Phillies can hit today. I think they can easily get 5 runs here. So I'm going to move on the Phillies team total over 4.5 here. Yeah, I like the play here in this spot, especially with the ball. I'm pretty sure the wind right now is blowing out. Let me look at it right now. It's supposed to, 11.9 miles per hour to center field, I believe, left center.
Yeah, 12.1 to left center and dies down to 9.8.
Yeah, these guys, if they get a hold of these balls, it's going to go a long ways. This Phillies batting order, it's one of the deepest in baseball. I mean, these top 4, top 5 guys all could mash the ball, all could hit home runs. I'm going to move on the Phillies team total over 4.5 plus 100 right now.
Over 4.5.
My only concern with that is, even though Alcantara's numbers have gotten a little worse, and I'm not saying it's a bad bet at all, because you get the Miami Pen, who could easily give up 5 runs themselves. And Alcantara is not going to go deep. They're limiting him, but he is limiting righties to a 103 batting average, a 350 OPS, and he's getting 69% ground balls. So getting that ball up in the air, and that's against righties and lefties. That's what's a little concerning to me. Now, like I said, he gives up 2. You're probably going to hit this bet because Miami's Pen is going to give them to you.
Especially if the Phillies, if the Marlins haven't scored, and then
you get the bums.
The back end of that bullpen is atrocious here, absolutely atrocious. So, okay, let's roll on. I'm on the first 5 minus a half. I got -122 offshore. I'll check and see what it is now there, but it had moved 5 cents at 365 from the time that I had bet it. Joe Todero on Sandy under 17.5 pitching outs at plus money here. So let's roll on Jermaine Raggins, 3 walks, 3 or more walks, 4 straight games versus Detroit. Again, I think he's a maturing pitcher. I understand using the it's important to get that information, of what's happened in history. But I mean, the way Raggins is pitching right now, I mean, he's going to be a finalist for the Cy. But we'll see how it bangs out. All right, line time. Phillies team total over 4.5 at even money, and I am on the Phillies first 5 minus a half, which is only the second bet that I've made before coming to the show. So we'll see how that works out for me. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. TJ, get this one started because I know you have action, and then we'll go back to wine time for Yankees Rays. We have the Cincinnati Reds at Baltimore Orioles. Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. I enjoyed very much catching that first 5 over yesterday. Let's take a look at the wind here in Baltimore, Maryland. Charm City. Shout out to our Charm City cappers. Von Polo been rocking with me. 8 years. 73 Fahrenheit, feels like 66, 11.8 miles per hour to left field. It dies down to 9.8 miles per hour. So some offensive weather here. Let's take a look at the line history. Oh, shoot. I'm on the run line. Let's move over to the money line. On the money line, we have the Orioles at minus 163 with Cade Povich on the hill. Open up minus 152, 11 cents of movement towards the Baltimore Orioles. On the total, we have a 9 minus 119 to the over. This opened up at 9 minus 106 to the over, and it did get to a 9.5 at 8:30 this morning. Maybe not the most legit 9.5 because it's plus 104 to the under, minus 117. Or sorry, plus 104 to the over and minus 117 to the under. But we've had 13 cents of movement towards the over at the number 9. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 71% of the tickets and just 40% of the cash, and 10-cent move towards the Orioles or 9. 63% of tickets, 70% of cash on the over. Andrew Abbott, 1.80 ERA, 0.80 whip. I mean, I shouldn't give that. He's had one start. 5-2 win at home versus the Pirates. 5 innings to its 1 earned run with solo shot, 5 Ks, 2 walks. This is going to be more difficult for him. Going up against Cade Povich. Cade Povich was fortunate not to allow more runs in his last start at home versus the Jays. He went 4 2/3, 7 hits, just 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, allowed a jack, but only allowed 2 earned runs. The thing is here for Cade is that the Reds aren't hitting lefties. And, go back to Pat Corbin. He faced an Angels team that's not hitting lefties, and Pat Corbin shut him down. Why wouldn't Cade Povich do the exact same thing here? The issue is the Reds are not hitting lefties. The Orioles aren't hitting lefties. These two teams are not hitting lefties at all, and these are 2 great bullpens. I know the weather's offensive. I'd be curious to see if AM is what his... Oh, here, he's on the under 9. That makes perfect sense to me. AM. But, the market isn't really moving in our direction. Let's see what TJ, because I know TJ's moved on this. And these bullpens playing very, very well. TJ, take it away, Reds, Orioles.
So initial lean, first look was under. And I think it still could hit. But, I know we have this thing about talking about yesterday's games. Well, the Reds game yesterday does matter. Okay, that was a heartbreaking, blew it late, extra innings, got smashed in extras just to end a Homestead. That's just a tough way to end your series. And they could have come out of that looking like, above 500 team, with some promise. Their pin is just gassed. Ashcraft's not going to be available. Santillan's not going to be available. So I get worried about that second half of that game. If you like the under, I could see your first 3 under here, Jimmy, and I'm thinking about telling it when you bet it, or a first 5 under, because you're right. Neither team can hit lefties. I have no doubt that the Cincinnati bats Cincinnati's going to come out sluggish here. It's a tough spot off yesterday's game, and this line has moved. When we got on the phone earlier, I was like, crap, it just moved like 15 cents. I bet it first thing this morning. I took Baltimore -1, and I got it about -106. Now you can get -114. Still like it, and you got the rest advantage. I think Povich at home against. I'm worried about teams that can hit lefties, but because he gives up just a lot of base hits. I think he gave up 12 hits and then 7 his next game. So that's a little bit of a concern, but other than Ellie and I'm not very concerned about this Reds offense. So I'm going to take full game, Baltimore -1, keep it simple.
Is there concerns with the under with the Reds bullpen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm under betting this game, I'm either going first 3, first 5, or just Reds team total. I don't want Baltimore involved in my under if I'm going full game. That bullpen has overperformed. They're not good arms. It showed up yesterday. It showed up in a couple games, and a couple of their guys aren't going to be available. So,
very, very, very interesting stuff.
But
here.
If you think Abbott can go 6, you might be okay.
A big shout out to Gorky. Thank you so much, my friend. Gorky has subscribed and joined Pub Culture TV. What we need also is Pub Sports TV. Pub Sports TV, because that's the 24-hour. But joining our brother channel, Pub Culture TV, means a ton to us as well, Gorky. Here we go. Wine time. I think this is a great opportunity to get paid in this one. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a tough game. I've been on the Orioles the last 2 games. I was kind of expecting them to start hitting better, and they have been. They've got a lot of good guys in that batting order right now. Looking at the Reds, TJ already touched on it. I'm not afraid of anyone in that batting order. That batting order is atrocious. Ellie De La Cruz, he's electric out there, but he's inconsistent at times, especially on the field, making that error in extra innings yesterday, man. But yeah, Reds had that game yesterday. Back-to-back home runs by the Mariners there in the top of the 9th inning, and then they take over in the 10th inning. I was on the Reds in that spot yesterday. Main reason why they were even able to score runs because they hit a grand slam, I believe, in that game in the 4th inning or something. I don't trust them to be able to put up runs on the board here. I kind of want to move on their team total under 3.5 plus 115 right now. It's just looking at this total right now, over 9 right now, juice to the over at minus 120. At both of my books just has me thinking maybe a lot of runs are going to be scored, and maybe we just take Baltimore Orioles on the run line here at plus 130, or maybe even move on their team total over 5.5 plus 110. The books are expecting them to get 6 runs here in this spot. I think they can get it. I think they can mash up here today, honestly, and especially going against this Reds bullpen. Reds not a team I really want to back this season. I have backed them in a couple games this season, just in certain spots. Pretty 50-50 with them so far this year. It's not a team I like to watch either when I've got my money on them by any means. I really want to move on this team total for the Orioles, 5.5. I think they can easily get 6 runs here in this spot. Nothing official yet. If I do end up moving on this, I'll tweet it out. What do you think about this, Jim?
I think that this is a now again, these games don't always go with the script that we put into it, but I think this game is an opportunity to get paid. I think that these teams aren't hitting lefties. I don't know why we would think that anything would change here. So the first 3 under 2.5 at plus 105. Again, the first 5 would be a good look on the under, but I can't. I'm not going to move on first 5 unders. And then as soon as these 2 lefties are not on the hill, we live bet the over. If Andrew Abbott pitches phenomenally well, as soon as he leaves the game, we live bet the Orioles. I think this has got a live bet. I think this is screaming live bet. Andrew Abbott is a big character guy. If he came out here and said, "I'm going to lift you guys up. I'm going to do this," and I'm sure he's saying that to the squad. I wouldn't be surprised. But so I don't look up. The wind is blowing out. They've moved the outfield fences in a little bit. I think we can use that to our advantage. These teams are not hitting lefties. Why would we expect them to do so? Now, maybe, this would be like a second half over, that Pete used to bet at Heritage when we started working together. So I think this is the opportunity to move live. Spooner thinks that we'll get the opportunity to move live on the Orioles. He says Abbott would be considered a much better pitcher if he hadn't come up with the Reds. Pitching prospects have such a hard time in Great American. I think Abbott keeps the Reds in it early. So the first 3 under 2.5 plus 105, you can get better numbers if you use MGM. I'm going to probably have to open up an MGM. I have to open up because MGM has better first 3 unders. They were way better last year. I'll have to see what it is this year. But that is my plan. I'm going to bet the first 3 under 2.5 right now. I am going. Well, is it moving to the over? Do I even have to? I guess I don't know how much. Do you think, TJ, that this would end up a flat 9.5?
No, it's going to get resistance at 9.5. It's going to come back down.
Okay, so this is the
I
live.
think more. Yeah, the sharps are on the under here.
This is the live. Yeah, and I agree with AM's hammer here. Live strategy is Orioles and late over. And then I'm going to move on the first 3 under 2.5 plus 105. So officially we have TJ on the Orioles -1. And what did you get on that?
Current numbers -114.
-114. And Wine Time, you're still putting your plan together?
Yeah, nothing for me in this game. If I end up moving on this, I'll end up tweeting it out. Yeah, that Orioles -1 might be a spot I look at too, honestly, rather than this total, because I do think Orioles have an advantage here against the Reds. So nothing for me as of right now, though.
Wow, Coin. Thank you
Jimmy-
for that. That makes me feel much better. Baltimore first.
Jimmy, I'm telling you
300.
what, you can add first 3 under 2.5 for me also.
Okay. And can you get you are able to use 365?
I am not. That's the one thing I do not have, but I can get it at 100.
Okay. And what book is that, out of curiosity?
That's a Heritage.
Wow, thank you for telling me that, Coin. That makes me feel a lot better, because last year was horrific. And that means I should bet this right now. Let me just at least just take the picture of it here. So that, okay, lock this in. This is wonderful. This will be my first. Again, the 9 won my last 10 first 300s, but this will be my first plus money first 300. I've had first two, first. That's not true. I've had first 302s. I haven't had a first 302.5 that's been a plus money spot. So it'll be interesting. Okay, let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Here we go. And shout out to Big Zo. We also have Truth Teller doing this as well. Thank you guys. It means a ton to me. Very, very thankful, fellas.
It's
All right,
perfect. Jimmy, I gotta pop up for 10 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay, my man.
All right.
All right, let's go here. We're gonna have TJ back in business with us. From a capper here, Wine Time Sports, who hit 60% in the regular season of college football. I know that TJ's sample size was, not enormous, but still, that's over 70 bets, 62.9 last year.
Man.
And he started out 3-9. So that even adds to the impressiveness. It's so great rocking with these cappers like Wine Time and TJ, who are winning. You want to hang around winners, man. You want to listen and listen and listen. We're in George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida. Certain cappers always different cappers, different days stay in my mind. And obviously AM was in my mind last night. And you were as well, because I know Yankees, Rays, and even TJ with Rays at home being overs. And we talked about the nighttime, and then I was, and it closed at 9. It was a push for me. It was a sweat, dude. It was a sweat.
Yeah, it was.
And here we have a lower total with the Carlos Rodon, who's been pitching bad. And here's top set play of the day under 8.5. And there's Jason Meyer. Just choose my 20 players for the NHLs or something else. Save them, or it just knows that your 20 players are saved somehow. Yeah, I believe we have our guy Swiggy in the chat. I haven't put my players in, but I don't remember there being any kind of issue or anything. So why don't you try picking your players, leaving them, and then you can leave, then turn on, then go back in and see if your players are picked. I think that's probably the best way to do it. There's my guy Justin Biller saying happy Easter, stay healthy, and enjoy some time with the fam. Thank you, my man. Thank you, Justin, and you too as well, my friend. AM here is on the under 8.5. Says I really think the Rays should be favored here. I was really close to playing Rays money line. Rasmus is going to shut down this Yankees offense. Christian Larson in the house saying Rasmussen is legit. Robert Franklin on Tampa first 5. Topset, of course, has made this under 8.5 his best bet. So the question here, Wine Time, the biggest, God, I was going to say puzzle, and of course that makes me think of our friend the Puzzler, who died 2 years ago, and fuck, do I miss him? What a original guy! Just never met anybody like him. And the Puzzler. If you guys remember back in the day, he was Canas Cat, and he hated that because it was actually Canadian and Australian cat, and I was calling him Canas Cat. He's like, that's terrible. That's not what I meant when I wrote Canas Cat. So rest in peace, the Puzzler. You will, be a part of my life forever. The Puzzler. God, I miss him. Carlos Rodon, 1-3, 5.48 ERA, 1.13 WHIP, 23 innings, 28 Ks, 12 walks, 5 homers. His last start, he went 5 2/3, 3 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 homers, 8 strikeouts, 3 walks. So such a disjointed game in a 5-4 loss at home versus the Giants. He is the question mark. Drew Rasmussen, 1-0, 0.60 ERA, 0.73 WHIP. He's been phenomenal. 15 strikeouts in 15 innings, 2 walks, 0 home runs allowed. His last start, he went 5 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, 7 Ks, 1 walk, and a 5-4 loss at home versus the Braves. Yankees versus righties, 254, 803. There's been times when some real nice pitchers have gone up against the Yankees, and sometimes, I just don't know what to do. I guess that I don't know what to do. AM says, for me, this game is simple. Wind blowing in, Rays are worse against left-handed pitching, and Rasmussen should at least lower the Yankees' output. Spooner says on Yankees money line, this is a home game. It is. If you hear it, they're cheering for the Yanks, man. This is a home game, a park they built, maintain, and have local fans for. Rhode Island will benefit from the fly ball killing environment. You can't trust the Rays bats here. Wow, this is wildly interesting. Okay, let's set this one up from the market. So we have this 8 now. Wow, it's moved to an 8. Huh. I thought it was going to. So it opened up at 8.5. It dropped to an 8, got back up to an 8.5. And I thought that's where we'd have it at showtime. But I did 10 minutes before the show started, moved back to an 8. Minus 116 to the over. Huh. Let's get to the money line here. From a money line standpoint, we have the Tampa Bay Rays at plus 105. They opened up at minus 106. 10-cent move towards the Yankees from minus 114. Minus 104 to minus 114. Interesting. And then when we get to the cash flow, 77% ticket, 79% cash on the over, and 62 and 65 on the New York Yankees. We also have our guy Lamont Williams, max bet, Philly first 5 money line, Atlanta first 5 money line, but max bet is the Phillies run line. Thank you, Lamont, my friend. So, wine time. Oh, and Coin saying 57% tickets, 84% cash on the Yankees fun line. Says they feel like the bet here. Wine time. Can you solve the puzzle of Carlos Rodon here? Take it away.
Yeah, this is a tough game. When I capped this yesterday, I had Rays written all over this game. I wanted to move on the Rays. Now seeing them move to a dog here, slight dog here at plus 105 at my book right now, kind of makes me think Yankees is the spot here. I don't know if these Rays are going to be able to hit today against Rodon, honestly. And at this ballpark, I mean, I think you touched on it yesterday, how much it's been going under at night. We got lucky with the push that last couple innings. We had a couple home runs in that game, I believe, too, to get it to push. But we'll take that all day. I want to move on the under here, and I kind of want to move on the Yankees here in this spot. Rays, I want the Yankees to win this game so I can back the Rays tomorrow. The Rays facing a sweep with Kevin Cash as their manager is one of the most profitable angles we could really look at, honestly. Always has done well in that role, especially at home, but it is a little difficult here because this is a new stadium and it's against a team that it's kind of their home ballpark too, as we mentioned it. So that's a little bit going to have to look into that a little bit more here. Nothing for me as of right now, although the under does look really appealing. I can get the under 8.5, a little bit juiced right now, to the under at minus 115 at both my books. Rays plus 105 at both my books right now. Their team total under 3.5 plus 110 right now. Yankees team total over 4.5 plus 105. Oh, this is going to be an interesting game here. I would think that the Yankees would be a little bit more favorites, even though Rodon's been struggling a little bit since he's been a Yankee. I remember 2 years ago when he faced the Angels, when he first signed with the Yankees, there's a bunch of Yankee fans at Angel Stadium, and they were booing the shit out of this guy. They hated this guy, Carlos Rodon. Although I do think he can have a good start here against the Tampa Bay Rays. This lineup isn't strong by any means. Don't get me wrong. They've got a couple of good hitters in that order, a couple of guys that fly under the radar at times. But this definitely seems like a Yankee spot. I'm not going to get involved in this one. This is going to be a pass for me, although it's two leans. Lean towards the under here, 8.5 minus 115. Maybe I end up moving on this as it gets closer to game time. I don't think I'm going to necessarily move on a side here, but my lean would be towards the Yankees. And if the Yankees do win, I'll be back in the Rays 100% tomorrow.
It's a rarity. I'm getting a better line at 365 than I am offshore. As AM was talking about, 85 Fahrenheit feels like 84, but 8.3 miles per hour in. And it's more than that, as the article that's on Spooner's X handle indicates. I'm going to join them on the under 8.5, getting minus 115 here. And then I have the Cincinnati Baltimore first 3 under 2.5 at plus 105. Those are sent in and locked in. The card is coming together, fellas, and I'd love to see it. A couple things here. Oh, I missed my man Robert Cherry. Nice work. Coming back. Nice work. I love it. Go get that cash, Robert, my man. We know that Spooner's on the Yankees money line. Troy Torrance says, I have the home team winning this game 56% of the time. Pretty big sample. The over at 64% of the time. I don't think that, Troy, with what we've learned about the weather here, that this is just a brand new situation, which is so fun about baseball. But this is a brand new situation here. So the play dial-on was the under 8.5 for Yankees Tampa. 79% of tickets, 90% cash on the under. I think we're going to see flat 8s here soon. Oh no worries, Nancy Nate. Thank you, my man. Thank you for always. Thank you for all your insights. And then Rem Mo says, on any NHL series bets, Jimmy, any hockey segment. I think after we do NBA, I'll talk. We'll go through the series. If we, if everybody's cool with that and we have time, I'll go through it. But again, my issue is going to be my future bets are going to probably trump series bets. Now, I will make live series bets, but my futures are now extremely important. And thank God for the Habs to get me out of some of the pain that I've set up. So, okay, so I've made those bets. I'm going to tweet them out here shortly, but let's roll on to the next spot on the board. And thank you, Zoe, my man. Let's roll here. We have, and Mike is on the Rays in that spot. And Spooner says, I hope these totals sail under so we can slam the Sunday over. Will be my largest wager of the baseball season. And we have some exciting news here as well that we should let you guys know. We talked about our new morning show starting on Sunday the 27th. Our very own Morgan Spooner will be hosting his own show every Sunday morning here on Pub Sports Radio. We're still discussing exactly what time it will start at. But Spoon's Logic every Sunday here on Pub Sports Radio. And shout out to Morgan Spooner, a great friend of the channel, great friend of mine, who now has his own show here on Sundays. MLB play today is for the Braves for Ronnie Crawford. Let's get that set up here. Excellent work, Ron, my man. And then Troy Torrance, Jays, Mariners, first 5 under 4 at plus 100 here. That will get us started and rolling in here. Kelly McKinnon says, need a Sunday show. We're excited about it. We've got the producer now for it. So we're excited about it. Let's roll. Mariners, Blue Jays, Rogers Center, Toronto, Ontario. I am being fitted. I'm not sure if I'll take pictures of it, but I'm being fitted wine time with a beer belly deluxe for Sunday's game. It is a contraption that I'll be wearing under my jersey that will be filled with whiskey, but it will only look like I have a beer belly. So we're giving that a shot. At the I'm not sure about taking pictures of it. I'm not sure about the legalities of it all. I'll send you guys pictures, but I don't know if I'll tweet it out. But I'll be wearing the Beer Belly Deluxe full of whiskey for the Sunday baseball game. Let's go Mariners, Jays, and it looks like we have TJ back in business for us. So let me move this over here and get TJ. Roy, you're gonna get tossed. Yeah, it's it's a risk. Sometimes you got to take risks in life, and we're gamblers. So let's fucking gamble. We have Brian Woo going up against Bowden Francis here. Brian Woo 2-0, 2.84 ERA, 0.95 WHIP, 19 innings, 18 Ks, 4 walks, and 2 homers. Last start, 7 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, no homers, 7 Ks, 1 walk, and a 9-2 win at home over the Rangers. Bowden Francis, we saw him have the best half, better than Roger Clemens when he was winning back-to-back sides with the best second half ever from a pitcher in the Blue Jays uniform last year. 1-2, 3.71 ERA, 1.06 WHIP, 17 innings, 15 K, 7 walks, and 4 homers. We have his last start was a struggle. 5-4 loss at the Orioles, 5 2/3, 3 hits, 5 runs, 3 of which were earned, 2 homers, 5 Ks, and 2 walks. Mariners are hitting. And Spooner said this. Spooner said, as soon as they leave Seattle, watch them start hitting. 230, 740 OPS now versus righties. Jays are struggling to hit. 243, 657 OPS. I know I told you guys, as soon as Vladdy hit a home run, I would bet it the next day. The next day was a day off. That changes things. That truly, for me, that changes things. I'm not saying he's not going to hit a homer today, but I needed to bet it the next day. I needed him to be at the plate, 21 hours later, and that's not happening. Mariners first 5 -105 for Justin McKelvey here. The Mariners bullpen 3.71 ERA, 1.42 WHIP. Jay's bullpen's been very good over the last week and a half or so. 3.48 ERA, 1.08 WHIP. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the Jays at -109. They opened up at what did they open up? Sorry, at even money. So we've had a 9-cent move towards the Toronto Blue Jays. When we get to the total here, we have a number. We have 8. It's minus 110 to the over. This opened up at 8, and in 14 minutes, it dropped to 7.5. And it dropped to a legitimate 7.5, minus 103 to the under and minus 109 to the over. Then it started getting bet up, moved back to 8, and then back to 7.5 again. These are interesting moves that happened in the afternoon yesterday. It also moved back to 7.5 at 8:50 this morning. But we're here now with an 11-cent move to the over. And I do not know what to make of Brian Wu. I do not know how to handle Brian Wu. He is the wild card, I believe, in this matchup. We have 57% of tickets and 45% of the cash on the Toronto Blue Jays. We have 90% of tickets, 85% of cash on the over here. So let's roll. We got TJ back in action. We have a first 5 under 4 for 2 units from Troy Torrance. TJ, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, Wu is a guy that I came into the season wanting to back a lot, especially at home. And we've seen that, both home starts have been excellent. And then he went on the road and, got by the Giants, who are obviously hitting. He did go 6 innings, only walked 1, struck out 6. Walks are down, strikeouts are up. I like Wu this year. I don't know if this is a great spot. They're going to ask him to go deep today. They're going to need at least 5, but probably 6 or into the 7th if he can. Because that pen has a ton of guys on back-to-backs. It's a tough spot for Seattle. Again, coming off an extra inning game, it was a win, so they got that momentum. Bowden Francis, another guy coming into the season that I thought would improve. He's been okay. He's been serviceable. 2 straight starts on the road, gets to come back to a comfortable spot where he pitched 6 innings, 2 runs against the Nationals. His walks are up a little bit. Don't love that, but he's not giving up a lot of hard contact, not a lot of hits. This one, I kind of want to just say Wu shoves at least early, and I expect Francis to be able to do the same. This one, I kind of want to go with your first 3 under, Jimmy. I'm starting to get sold on these, but they only have to see the lineup once and maybe the top of the lineup, a second time, and it tends to be that these guys, the third time through, looking at Wu's numbers last year, is when he's vulnerable. So if Troy's on the first 5 under 4, I would love to know what number you can get. I haven't looked yet on the first 3 under. I think it's a Toronto spot full game. I'm big on those bullpen advantages, and coming off a rest day versus a team off extra innings and a bunch of back-to-backs, Toronto makes a lot of sense here at a pretty good price. Wu can go 7 and give up 1, and to me, I kind of want to watch and see what happens here, but I am interested in that first 3 under.
The first 3 under 2.5 is minus 130.
Yeah, I'll probably just watch this one.
It's funny. I'm undefeated at this point on the minus 130s. Of course, that's going to change, and we're just running hot on the first 3 unders. And of course, with the cold weather, it's going to help my beginning of the season. I mean, so there's reasonable factors as to why these are cashing and at the rate they're cashing. Sean Pulliam on the Nerfy here. Nate Dogg 420. He's here in the 6. He says Toronto hitting hard lately. Let's hear from Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, Jays, who you've been a major backer of this year, and that's helped with your success. Again, we talked about Wine Time's record here on the show. His overall record's much better than his record here on the show. But just 20 and 15, 57.1% plus 4.65 units, ROI plus 13.29%, average line plus 100. And that's tricky with the books that he's using. He's not using the best line available. And I want to be clear about that, because his numbers would be that much better if he was using the best line available, which we do for a lot of cappers. He's using the lines that he bets, which is impressive. And the Jays have been a big part of that. Take it away, Wine Time. Mariners, Jays.
Oh, yeah. You know where I'm going in this one, Jim. I'm going to the Blue Jays here. Yeah, I believe in this team this year. I like watching them play. I believe they like to play together as well. Watching them play together as a whole group. I think this is going to be a team we can make a lot of money on, and just seems like they're always reasonably priced. And here they are, reasonably priced at home on a Friday night. This is the Apple TV game. I like that they've been having these Apple TV games on Fridays. I have that on. I got MLB TV on the other TV. I got my phone going on another game. Love it. It's going to be a good game here, but I'm on the Blue Jays here. Did they open up at a slight dog here, I believe, Jim?
Yep.
Yeah, now they're a favorite here, minus 110. I'm seeing a minus 115 in my book. I got the minus 110 earlier. I just think this is a Jays spot. I believe in this batting order. I don't believe in the Seattle Mariners. I know they've got some of the best pitching in the league. They're going to be around 500, I feel like, all season long. There's going to be spots to back them. There's going to be spots to fade them. Had that extra inning game last game. Scored 4 runs in the 10th, 2 runs in the 9th. 6 runs in 2 innings to get it done there against the Reds. This is going to be this also, kind of a tough travel spot, I guess you could say. I'm heading up to Toronto here. I love Toronto. Between these two teams, if I look at the X's and O's in this, it's a Toronto. I like the Toronto team. Looking at the market, it's leaning towards the Blue Jays too, being a slight favorite now. Everything adds up here. I love this batting order from the Blue Jays. I'm going to take them here minus 110 on the money line.
I like it. Jermaine, no, the roof is not open. It's cold still. Cold at night. Yeah, this makes sense. Nate Dogg 420 says new renovations at the Dome have amped up the whole game experience. It's more personal to fans and team. It was the shittiest, other than the Trop. It was the worst stadium in the league. So they renovated to make it a tiny bit better. AM's on the over 8. Says flip-flop lot on this game. Woo will deal, but Mariners will get to Francis. Because of the Mariners bullpen situation, I'm on the over 8 and expect some late runs. It's interesting to hear from TJ that he expected this Bowden Francis to improve, because I was so worried about him to start the year. I mean, he was simply the best pitcher we'd ever had in the Jays uniform in the second half of last season. I was very nervous about what was going to happen to him come this year. Let's just go over his last few starts. I've been afraid to bet Bowden Francis games. Again, that's all my own bullshit. It's not numbers related. His first start of the year was at home versus the Nats. 6 innings, 2 earned runs, looked strong. His next start at the Mets, 5 1/3, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks, looked strong. His last start at the Orioles, 5 2/3. He allowed 5 runs, only 3 of which were earned, but that's why he didn't go deeper into the game. I find him a very trustworthy pitcher. I like the Jays look. I like the first 3 under. Woo's got the forearm issues that are going to plague him his whole career. He throws faster than he probably should. They're going to give him extra rest a lot, supposedly, this year. I like this. I like the Jays. And I have interest in the first 3 under 2.5. Let's see. And the message in from our friend Jose Bouquet. Please send him his. He had to actually go to the hospital this morning. The stomach bug was so bad. So our thoughts are with our friend Jose, who would do anything to help the show. So thinking of him here. AM says the Mariners offense so far looks to be top 10 versus right-handed pitching with Francis high FIP numbers. I think he gets hit up good here. It's definitely a possibility, but the same issues that we think could plague the Reds. I mean, that was a late, long baseball game. Now heading, up to Canada. It's not easy. Justin McKelvey says, I'm winning my Seattle first 5. Y'all can have the rest. Okay, I'm going to need more time with this spot. I'm going to need more
Francis, the one thing about Francis that's really concerning is the amount of balls he's getting barreled and hard contacted. I mean, it's almost the worst on the slate. And which tells me he's getting lucky, and that's what AM pointed to is the high FIP and high xERA. I just think it's a comfortable spot coming home, but I'm not betting it, so I'm not that confident.
And Gorky on the Mariners -1.5. Okay, this is going to take some more time here for us, and of course, our friend Nasty Nate looking out for Jose Snips Bouquet, as he does in a way only Nasty Nate can. Let's roll on here to our next spot on the board. And thanks to Big Zo for helping us with the graphics. Stephen Harrison said, I don't love Francis at all. And Spooner says, Cal Raleigh is on a Jimmy Love Darrow. Thank you. This is getting the Torpedo Bats. Let's roll. Chicago White Sox. This baseball team has been so goddamn good to me this year. What's happening is they're becoming predictable. And I love it. But we have a question mark in Hunter Dobbins, who we need to take a closer look at, the young pitcher for these White Sox, or sorry, for the Red Sox, Hunter Dobbins. And we don't have Jose to give us the Hunter Dobbins breakdown, so we will do that here. This was an 8th round pick in the 2021 draft out of Texas Tech University in Lubbock. He pitched in Worcester this year. I'm not sure. I've been working on that pronunciation. And he pitched in 2 games. He didn't start any of them. He went 6 2/3 and he got lit up and smoked. He has started 1 game here, 5 innings, 8 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 Ks, 2 walks, and 18-7 win at home over the Cardinals. Again, and I just want to say this more, that the pitchers who get destroyed in their first couple starts and then come up to the majors, when I started capping baseball, I thought they were going to get destroyed again, and I lost money and stopped. And I just like, let go of these spots. It's such a question mark what they're going to do in that first start. But now we've seen Hunter Dobbins here. And Justin McKelvey, Cubs over 1.5 runs first inning at +150. Ooh-wee. Wow. AM says White Sox under 9. Perez deals, and I don't expect White Sox to do much offensively per usual. Martin Perez on the hill here. And unfortunately, I don't know why what I was thinking, but maybe TJ can help us. TJ, can you talk to us about the Red Sox numbers versus lefties? Because unfortunately, I put their numbers versus righties. But let's go. Martin Perez, 1-0, 1.59 ERA, 1.06 whip, 17 innings, 18 Ks, 9 walks, and no home runs allowed. This guy just gets passed around the league and seems to deliver with a veteran presence. 4 2/3, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 Ks, 4 walks, and a 3-2 win at home versus the Red Sox. And the White Sox bullpen has been much better than we thought it was going to be. I said that at the end of last year, second half of last year, that the White Sox bullpen is better. It's better than than what we've seen in the first half. And again, I mean, we're not talking about a great bullpen, but a decent bullpen. The Red Sox bullpen has looked quite good. 3.96 ERA, 1.21 whip. Let's talk about the weather and then get into TJ's breakdown here. We have 61 Fahrenheit, 11.8 miles per hour to left center to the monster. So it could be a lot of doubles in this one. The wind doesn't change. Opened up 11.8, closing at 11.6. Line history wise here, we have this total at 9.5. It opened up at 8.5 at 12:46 a.m. In 1 minute, it was a 9. Took 1 minute. And it kept moving minute after minute. Like 2 minutes, it moves a cent. Another minute, it moves a cent. 3 minutes more, it moves 5 cents. I mean, this was just moving and moving and moving. So they didn't open up this till 12:46 a.m. Oh, we got one time back in business here. Thank you, my man. And it kept moving. This has just moved to the over. There's not been buyback. Now, the 9.5 is not a real 9.5, plus 102 to the over, minus 114 to the under. But looking around here at the market, look, the 9.5 at the site we used to play poker at, it's minus 105 to the over and minus 115 to the under. So a real legit move to the over. And then when we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have 57% of tickets, 56% of cash on the under. Curious what odds logic has. We have 90% of tickets, 87% cash on the Boston Red Sox. And I have not talked about the money line move. I've only talked about the total. From a money line perspective, we have here, move over to Penny. We have minus 198 right now. Open up minus 187, 11 cents of movement. TJ, take it away. White Sox, Red Sox. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I think we see this thing go to a 9.5 here soon across the board. Probably a true 9.5. My numbers have the public about 70%, 68% cash on the overs, which is what it was at 9, just about, and it's just continuously going up. And I don't know how you can expect the White Sox offense to do much unless you're really, really down on Dobbins. And, one start, I don't know that I can say that. There's just not enough of a sample size there for me to trust the White Sox, because normally this would be a classic White Sox first 5 spot for me, plus a half. Let me go over those numbers real quick for the Red Sox versus lefties is what you wanted.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have it right here. Boston versus lefties. So they do have a good batting average, very, very high BABIP. So I expect that to come down. They're about top 10 in batting average and on base percentage, low OPS, and almost no isolated power. So they're not hitting them for power, but they're getting on base against them, which tells me that those numbers are probably going to regress just a little bit. Is Bregman back? Does anybody know if Bregman's back today? Because that makes a huge difference in this game.
Yeah.
I know he was going to be out 2 to 3 days for the birth of his kid. So that'll matter. Bullpen wise, obviously, I agreed with you that Chicago White Sox have some good arms, but they did have some guys throw a lot yesterday. Boston obviously has the rest, so there's the advantage there. I have this game as the values on the White Sox. I don't trust it enough to bet it. So I'm staying off it, and I'm not giving much insight. I apologize, but yeah.
No, I get it. I can understand. I can imagine too with that wind blowing out to the monster. If the Red Sox are getting contact, that bodes well for them here. Let's hear from Wine Time. White Sox, Red Sox.
Yeah, I think this is an over spot, honestly. And looking at Alex Bregman right now, I looked it up. It said he's on maternity leave. It said, minimum of 1 game, up to 3 games. We don't know if he's going to play in this one yet or not. Probably won't know for a couple hours. I'm going to expect that he doesn't play in this game, though.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. Could be wrong there. Looking at the odds right now, seeing this game, over 9.5 plus 100 here. Red Sox team total over 4.5 juice to -140, crazy. And even team total for the White Sox over 3.5 juice to -125 right now. I do think a lot of runs can be scored here on the board. I think both these teams can hit. It's crazy what action's doing to us right here on these totals. Just complete opposite, man. I might have to sign up with what is it? Odds Logic, TJ?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can explain it at some point. You're getting individual odds per book, right? So as you click on that book, you can see the splits, and every time the line moves, those ticket and cash numbers update. So whereas action just kind of gives you one. So you can check, you can look at Bet Online, and then you can look at DraftKings, and you can see which one the public, the donkey books and the good books, because you can tell based on those numbers. But it's interesting.
How long have you been using Odds Logic?
I started last year. The second half of last year is when they started the beta, and it was free for all of last year.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, I keep action too, but
did you find that it correlated to success for you?
Yeah. And you're getting up to the second. There's other sites I won't mention that have similar looking boards, but the most books, I can look at 20 books at one time and see all the movements. And I'm one that, I have 20 books. Like every book on there is a book I can bet. So I'm very interested in saving 2 cents here and a cent there, because I just spread out like that. But it's very informative to know, like, even if you're but it's expensive. So it depends on what you're betting, it's $100 a month. Yeah.
But I mean, if it's crazy.
If it's worth it, it's profitable. That's easy. You know what I mean? I might have to sign up for that right after this.
And you could look at team total numbers, first half number, like you could look at everything, the percentage wise. So,
and you get the free 7-day trial too.
Yeah,
so
try it out for 7 days, and you can customize it to, like, if I only have these 4 books, you can put those 4 up, and then 18 more over there, and just kind of look at the sharp books and see what they do.
You guys sold me.
Coin saying the same thing. Says I love it. Helps me a lot because he used 10 different books. It definitely, if you're going to start taking this more seriously, you have to have the tools to do so. I'll get it as well, and I can't wait to hear from you one time with how it helps. But it sure sucks that we're reading different numbers and trying to conceptualize it all. Guillermo Zertucci in the house. Great to see you, G, my man. So let's go back to this here quickly. Martin Perez is pitching at a high level right now, dealing with no arm fatigue. The question then is, do these guys get to him? Hunter Dobbins has been terrible on Wusta. I shouldn't even try. That's so stupid. But he would look very good last year. He had 21 starts in AA Portland and then moved up. I sound like such an idiot. I'll work on that alone. Then in Worcester, he 2.61 ERA, but only had 4 starts there in 20 2/3. He's a capable pitcher. I'd like to get to. Oh, he said I nailed it. I didn't feel good saying it, dude. I gotta work on that. Let's get just to Martin Perez's stats here in this matchup, because he's a pitcher that is constantly disrespected, but and by his own league being passed around nonstop against Martin Perez. Not a ton of at-bats. Wow. Very few at-bats. Just Devers, who's 3 for 10 against him with a ribby. No one's hit a home run off of him. I have to think that he's capable of pitching decent, and I'm just curious here what that first three plus a half, and then we'll move right on. I just wanted to see. I'm sure it's expensive. Let's just see what it is here. And we'll compare it to the first five plus a half. First five plus a half is plus 105. This is at 365. The first three plus a half is minus 120. I like that. What do you think, TJ, when you hear that White Sox first three plus a half at minus 120?
Yeah, I mean, Boston's not exactly hitting, but the White Sox they're terrible. I mean, the last 7 days they're batting like 180 something. They just got nobody going. But if you get one run, you probably win that bet.
And then AM bringing up an important point of just seeing the White Sox, just seeing the Red Sox here for Martin Perez, because he's a shifty, sneaky pitcher. That last start against the Red Sox that we discussed. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. He's a sneaky pitcher. I'm going to stay off of the spot. I'm going to stay off the spot. But very, very important point, AM. Thank you. And I even said it out loud. I said win at home versus Red Sox, and then I didn't quite, I guess, use the term conceptualize again. Okay, let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. Move this over here, and let's roll. Next up for us, we have 7:10 p.m. Eastern. St. Louis Cardinals 9-10, 1-6 on the road at the New York Mets 12-7, 6-1 at home. We're at Citi Field in Queens, New York. We have Miles Michaelis going up against David Peterson, the lefty. The lefties, these journeyman lefties here, these pitchers, like, I shouldn't call them journeymen because they're young, but these, like the David Petersons, and then, of course, Wine Time's high school buddy Tyler McGill, they've gotten better every year. And they have earned these spots in the rotation. Spooner says Cards smacking lefties. They are 271 with a 773 OPS. So Peterson's looked very good, coming off a 3-1 loss at the A's, but 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, no homers, 5 Ks, and no walks. Jermaine saying over spot. AM saying Cardinals Mets over 7.5 smash spot, wind blowing out. Cardinals versus lefties, runs from both sides. And LJ from H Down is moving on. Alonso over 1.5 bases, coming off a no hit game, copied and pasted for all of that. So let's roll here. Michaelis has had a poor start to the year. He certainly looks done, but in 13 innings, he has not allowed a home run. His numbers are poor. His last start was a 4-1 loss at home versus the Phillies. Look, the Phillies are a tough lineup. 5 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs, 6 Ks, 2 walks. I don't want to just write him off, but I don't think he's a very good pitcher, and he certainly wasn't last year. Thank you, Gorky. And Coin says tough game here. 67% of tickets, 94% cash on the over. 87% of tickets, 87% cash on the Mets money line. Let's quickly compare that to action. And they have 90% tickets, 89% cash on the New York Mets, and 75 and 77 on the over. Let's get into the line history here and the cash flow. And also, I didn't touch on the exact weather conditions, so let's do that as well. The exact weather conditions are 59 Fahrenheit, feels like 48, but 15.4 miles per hour to left center. Wow. Dies down to 13.4 miles per hour. We have these New York Mets here at minus 166. No movement. 163 to 166, 3 cents there, and very, very little. And then on a total scenario, we have an 8 at minus 109. The first move was to the under at 7.5. This is peculiar. 7 cents of movement towards the over. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Cardinals, New York Mets.
Yeah, looking at the Mets right now, I mean, after being minus 140 yesterday, now they're almost a minus 170 here. Line's not really moving their direction from what I'm seeing. All the bets coming in on the Mets as well. Game I have nothing involved with right now. Looking at the Cardinals bats, Donovan's seen the ball well. Arenado's seen the ball well. He's been a little, I wouldn't say a slump, but last couple of games hasn't really been hitting the ball too well. Looking at the Mets, I mean, they've got a pretty good batting over there. They've got 1, 2, 3 over there, 3 really good hitters, and Alonso's just hitting the cover off ball. Like where my guy LJ said about his over 1.5 bases, especially not getting a hit yesterday. That's a nice prop to look at. Nothing for me in this game right here. I do think there could be some value here with the Cardinals, but at the same time, I feel like this line might be kind of higher for a reason. I know the Mets are 11-7. Cardinals are 1 game under 500. Cardinals still have a pretty decent team. I like their roster that they have this season. I think they're around a 500 team, and seeing that the Mets are minus 170 here, probably for a reason. Probably Mets do take care of business, and I'm not going to lay the juice there, and I don't want to lay the -1.5 or the -1 here. So I'm going to stay away from this game. Nothing for me in this game.
I can understand the market not giving us an indication. I hear AM's trusting his numbers, which is another way of handling it when the market's giving no indication. TJ, your thoughts here, Citi Field, Queens, New York.
Yeah, market-wise, it wants me to bet. I mean, I want to be on St. Louis. God, they pissed me off yesterday. But I mean, Nicholas is just – he looks done.
Yeah.
Why is he even in this rotation? I mean, probably no options. He's been in the league long enough. But anytime wind is blowing out over about 12 miles per hour, I go straight to fly ball rates and hard hit rates. And here's why the line is what it is. Peterson – 18% fly ball rate, one of the lowest on the slate. 58% ground ball rate, one of the highest. Keeps the ball on the ground. Exact opposite for Mikolas. Ball's in the air, right? And so if you're giving up hard contact, the ball's in the air. Lefties are crushing him. It's early, so it's hard to put a lot of stock into that. And Peterson has been useful, so I can't bet a side here. I don't bet a lot of player props, but I'm going to take an official one here. I think Soto gets a home run. I'm not going to bet that, but I'm going to take Soto over 1.5 bases at 100 that Coin just put in for me. Thank you, Coin. Bet MGM. I will log into that after this. I'm just finding when I'm logged in about 4 books now, and if I try to hit another one, it's going to lag me out. So I will bet that after the show. But over 1.5 bases for Soto plus 100, and that's all I'm going to do here. It's a great matchup for Soto against Mikolas here. He's under some pressure in that media, and I think he comes through today.
It's a interesting angle handling it. So we have a Soto over 1.5 bases for TJ. We have Alonso over 1.5 bases for LJ. We have Robert Franklin on the Mets team total over. We have Donovan over 1.5 bases at plus 163 for Justin McKelvey. We have the Cards team total over 3.5 for our guy Topset. Oh, by the way, Topset, I put a lot of thought into your comments about Operation Garcia. So we'll touch on that when we get into NBA with our guy Wine Time Sports. Aubrey Travis has moved on. The Mets Spooner is on the Cards plus 145. And Robert Michaelis saying that Michaelis is hot. Trash. I want to leave a pause after hot trash. All right, let's move on to our next spot on the board here. We move on to the Minnesota Twins at Atlanta Braves in Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. This was a spot that I almost moved on, but I thought it's best to talk it out. One man's trash is another man's treasure. I was on the Rangers under last game. The pitchers were our first 5 over, but it was late in the series, travel day, and the bullpens pitched well, and I got home with it. And this, I immediately thought of doing the same thing here. I think the problem is Chris Paddock. I don't think the problem is Bryce Elder. Bryce Elder has had 2 starts, in tough environments. I thought that him stepping up in Chavez Ravine was special. They had lost every game to start the year, and he gave them a chance to win and showed character. Now he got touched up in a 6-3 loss at the Rays. Next out, 9 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 jacks, 4 Ks, 0 walks. But here he comes home for his first home start. And I found that appealing. Chris Paddock is a bad pitcher, but he looked fine at home for the Twins. And I'd have to take a closer look at his splits, but I would imagine that he's someone who can be backed at home and should be faded on the road here. We have neither team hitting righties right now. Twins 239, 677 OPS. Braves 232, 689 OPS. And 2 bullpens I trust. Now, the Braves bullpen did get touched up early in the year with a 4.18 ERA, 1.31 whip, but they've improved of late. And the Twins bullpen, I think, is going to be trustworthy all year long. and their bats have been quiet, but they're starting to make a little bit of noise. AM says over 8.5. So I don't care that the line moved against me. I see 2 bad pitches, and for me, 2 bad pitches is an over. Light wind blowing, but it is not excessive. Nice to see Wager Detective rocking with us as well. What up, Wager Detective? Let's touch on the weather here, because my initial plan was the full game under in the Braves, but I certainly did not have the conviction to make the bet before coming in. It's 82 Fahrenheit in hot land. It feels like 77, 8.3 miles per hour in, dies down to 5.4 miles per hour. So it does die down. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have an 8 minus 113 to the over. We'll go with wine time to open this up again, because I know TJ has a move on Dodgers Rangers. So TJ will open up that one. So we'll wine time here. This total is dropped to 8. Opened up at 8.5 at 3:07 p.m. and it was an 8 by 4:41 p.m. So pretty quickly. But then at 8 in the morning, it got back to an 8.5, and it stayed there until about an hour before the show started when it went back to 8. It is juiced to the over, though. Let's get to the money line here. On the money line, we have the Braves at minus 141. They opened up minus 145. I think if you were to say that Elder should not be this big of a favorite against any team in the Major League Baseball, I think that would be fair. In saying that, I think he pitches well here. But again, this is more of a psychological, situational thing than X's and O's here. 77% of tickets, 80% cash is on the over, according to Action. 75% of tickets, 83% cash on the Braves, and the line's not moving towards them. I tell you what, we'll hear from Wine Time and then teasers, but I'm very comfortable staying off this. I've got action that I believe in. I don't need to sit here and, try to find something that might not be there. My guy Jim Dewigger in the house. What up, Jim? Looking forward to compete in our playoff pool at Pub Sports Radio. Take it away, Wine Time. Paddock, Elder, Twinkies, Braves, Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, shout out to Coin. Said 53% of tickets, 94% of cash on the under in this game. Seen it drop to an 8. I'm with you, Jim. I do want to move on the under here. I just don't think I have enough conviction. I've got a lot of action today already so far. Still 2 plays that we haven't talked about. But yeah, I mean, Twins batting order, I talk about every single time I come on the show. I don't trust this batting order whatsoever. First pitch swinging every single time. I just don't believe in the hitters that they have in this batting order. To be honest with you, I don't think this is even going to be a team that's going to be 500 by the end of the season. Atlanta Braves had a really horrible start to the season, starting to turn it around a little bit. They still got some really good guys in that batting order. But again, I don't know if I can have enough conviction to take the under in this game. That's my lean, under 8 minus 105 here in this spot. It seems like I just don't trust either of these batting orders here in this spot. But I'm not enough conviction to actually move on this game, though. But it's telling me that under's the play here.
I feel myself running away from the game right now. Let's hear what TJ has to say. Twinkies, Braves.
Yeah, initially I wanted to go Atlanta. I looked at the line this morning and it was moving hard to Minnesota. It's definitely come back because we hit that $10 split where you can now have the game both ways and guarantee money. I think both pitchers can deal. Obviously, both rested pens. Anytime you have 2 teams coming off a day off, you're going to see moves to the under. That's just always happens. So if you like that, you got to get in early. I'm comfortable staying away too. I trust Elder here. If I had to take a bet, it would be Braves money line. I think their bats are going to turn around at some point. A lot of buy low candidates in fantasy if you're a fantasy player on Atlanta. Twins bats are just a blah team. Good bullpen. Under's probably the play, but I'm staying off.
I wish Elder was going up against a pitcher with good numbers.
Yeah.
Because I think he pitches well here. Again, that could be way off, but going up against Paddock screws up the whole thing. Now, look, you can put a line. You could put a line through that only road start to open up the year, where he allowed 9 earned runs and 3 1/3, or you could say that Paddock should be backed at home. Now, if you were backing him, you'd be 0-2 on these 2 home starts, but he pitched well in both of them and should be faded on the road. Matty Ice in the house. Our friend Matty Ice in the house. Twins team total under for Matty Ice here. We spoke about what Matty Ice is going through with his mom in the hospital. We spoke off of our show on, I believe it was Wednesday morning here, and here he is, Matty Ice, rocking with us. Matty Ice, there was such an outpouring of support for you and for your fam. It was enormous, 50, 100 comments, sending thoughts your way and prayers your way, and sending positive energy your way, whatever, however anybody handles the situation, they were thinking of your family. So please know that. As difficult as these times might feel, we love you so much, and you're in our thoughts and our prayers. And Matty Ice in the house means so much to us. His mom's back in the hospital. The cancer has returned, and she's such a fighter, and she created a family of fighters. And I know that regardless of regardless of what happens, that your family will grow stronger, and you will lead everybody through, whether it be with great joy or with sadness. You'll lead your family through, and you have such an incredible family. And I know that there's such wonderful times ahead for you and the fam. So with Matty Ice here, and I know this is not the taint play of the day, but let's pop the taint video here for our guy, Matty Ice in the house, whom we love dearly. Matty Ice in the house. AM says I could be dead wrong, but Mark is moving against me. But for me, 2 bad pitchers at this level isn't over. Bad pitchers make bad offenses look alive. Look, I get all that, and this just doesn't work out for me to mess with it. So I'm gonna not be on it. Let's move on to our next spot on the board, and shout out to our guy, Big Zoe, for hooking this up here. So let's move with our graphics, and TJ will be getting this one started. LA Dodgers 14-6, 4-4 on the road. Just a 500 team thus far on the road. At the Texas Rangers 12-7, 9-1 at home. We're at Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. And take a look at the weather: 85 Fahrenheit. And 12.5 miles per hour to left field. So the roof is open. This falls under open roof. You have the wind under 15 miles per hour. You have it between 70 and 85 at first pitch. Now there is precipitation. You know what? Maybe not. 21% precipitation, 13. So maybe not. And it's overcast. So maybe not. I'd need to hear from people, but this does fall under the parameters here. Stacks play of the day number 2 is Rangers plus 123. Dougie Wise says the market makes me think my Dodgers could be in trouble today. Coin says 79% of tickets, 88% cash on Texas under, and on Texas under 8 is in his pocket here. Dodgers first 5 money line for Robert Franklin. Let's go. Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the hill. He's been spectacular so far this year. 28 strikeouts in 22. Now he's allowed a couple homers, but 1.23 ERA, 0.91 whip. I mean, I don't know if you can ask for much more than that. Coming up a 3-0 win at home versus the Cubs, 6 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 9 Ks and 1 walk. Jacob deGrom on the other side, coming off 5-3 loss at the Mariners, didn't look very good. 4 innings, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 jacks, 4 Ks and 4 walks. Dodgers are raking righties, 258, 20 OPS. Rangers are righties, 224, 643 OPS. Both bullpens have been strong, not elite, but strong. Let's move over to take a closer look at deGrom, because, we could say that was a road start. Now, there was a time it didn't matter if it was road or home. He was elite, but he had a good first start, 5 innings, 2 hits, didn't allow a run. Next start was at home, and he got touched by the Rays. Then he went on the road and got touched by the Mariners. I find it interesting that we're supposed to sit back and just believe he's going to deliver. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have the Rangers right now at plus 125. They opened up at now plus 122. Sorry, that's moved. This opened up at plus 122. So we've got no movement on the Texas Rangers. When was the last time deGrom started and was a plus 122? Our total here is a 7.5. It's minus 115 to the over. This opened up at 8. It moved to 7.5 about 45 minutes ago. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this one, according to Action, 90% of tickets, 92% cash on the Dodgers line not moving, 84 and 80 on the over. TJ, you got Action on this one. Take it away.
I do. This line move, them not moving the line to the Dodgers is interesting. and I'm obviously against the Sharps here. But I believe in Yamamoto, man, and I know the Dodgers haven't been good on the road. That's not how it's going to be all year. We know this is the best team in baseball. They've had a lot of starting pitcher issues, and they've been calling guys up, sending them down. But Yamamoto's been nothing but solid. I mean, what more can you ask for? He's comfortable now. It took him a little bit to get there, but he's putting up exactly what we need to see, and his numbers are matching everything he did overseas. Texas offense, they're heating up. They're upper half last 2 weeks. But Yamamoto, he's shutting down lefties, 105 batting average, 341 OPS. So I'm not too concerned about those lefties. He's inducing a ton of ground balls. It's everything I want to see in a pitcher that I'm backing. We get the good Dodgers pen today. I expect their pen numbers to improve over the year. And DeGrom, to me, he's a question mark. He could go 5 or 6 and allow 1, and I still think the Dodgers win this game. He could also give up 3 or 4 and a couple 2-run jacks, and this one's over early. So I'm going to be against the line move here, and I'm going to take the Dodgers -1. I will get you the current line calculator. It's a better number than what I got when I actually bet it. And I'll just send that out to you here shortly. But I just trust this team immensely. I'm not as high on Texas as some, and this is a pitching matchup I think it can exploit. So
we have Dodgers -1 for TJ. Again, we have Dav Ben and Big Scott's birthday, so we will be giving birthday picks to these two fine gentlemen. We also have our guy Markel in the chat. His wheels got ganked last night at the 7-Eleven, and my car got ganked as well a year and a half ago in front of the TNT supermarket. So thinking about you, man, it sucks. It sucks, man. So sorry that you have to go through that garbage. So let's get Markel a winner as well after. And we've seen the car because he was on our big Saturday show last week. So our thoughts are with you, Markel. It sucks, man. So here we have TJ on the Dodgers -1. Let's hear how Wine Time is attacking this one. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, two of the better teams in Major League Baseball right now. I mean, Rangers, I was high on this team coming into this season, especially that batting order. Jock Peterson still isn't – I mean, he's still trash out there right now. I can't imagine when he gets going how good this batting order is going to be able to get going. Dodgers, we know the Dodgers are the reigning world champions. They've got a good batting order. Yamamoto, he is elite. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball right now. Don't get me wrong. He's got really good stuff out there. I'm on the Rangers here, though, in this spot. I like what I'm seeing from this Rangers team right now. Getting them at +120 at home right now. And there's been lights out at home. What are they, 9-1 right now at home compared to their road record? I think it says right there. Just absolutely crazy. Just swept the Angels, you know what I mean? Angels couldn't get anything going offensively. Rangers, they used their closer in those first 2 games. Didn't use him yesterday, so he should be fresh today. And I think if DeGrom could give us 7 strong innings today, which I hope we can get out of him, just use one other guy other than that closer for the Rangers, should be okay in this spot. As long as DeGrom could take care of these first 4 batters in this batting order, I think he can have some success against the rest of the guys. He's going to need to get those guys out, though, obviously. Ohtani and Mookie and Freddie are already get out. Hernandez as well. They've got a good team, don't get me wrong. I'm on the Rangers here in this spot. I'm seeing right now 10% of bets, 8% of money on the Rangers, not really moving. Correct me if I'm wrong, Troy. Is this the sharp trap kind of? I feel like this might be in that range.
He has said it is. And
okay,
he said that he was initially on the Rangers and he's flipped to the Dodgers.
Yeah, it has me worried. Hate being against my guy TJ and my guy Troy's trend right there. But I already bet this game, already capped it. And my cap had the Rangers here at some plus money. So I'm going to stick with it. I like it here. Rangers +120 on the money line.
+120 for One Time. And I am running away from this one. TJ, did you get your number on the -1?
Yeah, -104.
-104. All right, we roll on. Next up for us, 8:10 p.m. Eastern, we have the Oakland Athletics at Milwaukee Brewers. Athletics 9-10, 7-3 on the road. Brewers 10-9, 7-3 at home. We're at American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. JT Ginn on the hill made his first start of the year. 5 1/3, 5 hits, 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, 6 Ks, 2 walks in a 3-1 win at home versus the Mets. This is far from Sacramento for
Ginn here. Let's pull up his numbers this year in the minors very quickly. JT Ginn, he's one of the rare circumstances of a guy who got drafted. I was looking at this last night. Guy got drafted in the first round out of high school, didn't sign. 2 years later, gets drafted out of Mississippi State, the lower round.
Yeah,
So
that's crazy.
that was a mistake. Signing bonus mistake for JT Ginn here. It was second round pick. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but it's less money in the signing bonus. So we have him pitching in Vegas, AAA PCL League, very difficult. He made 2 starts this year. He's 26 years old now, and he was lights out. Allowed 2 earned runs in a, it's not, it's still warm. It's not as hard as going to be pitching there as it will be in a couple months, but he was 0.64 whip. He looked very good. And then he comes up and delivers. Last year, he started 6 games. And he threw for the A's. He pitched in 8 games, threw 34 innings, and he looked good. 4.24 ERA, 1.32 WHIP. This is now again last year in the PCL League as a 25-year-old. He got lit up. He got lit up and smoked. Made 14 starts, was in 15 games, had a 5.72 ERA, 1.52 WHIP. Judging by his body of work in 2 starts for Vegas and 1 start for the Oakland Athletics, he's been very good. In saying that here. There we go. Out indefinitely with the lower body injury is Robertson. They were trying to make us think that he might come back. It fucking sucks, man.
What a killer.
It just sucks, man. Sitting there thinking that you got this ace in the hole in your futures market. Now, they have a lot of depth at forward, and they have Seguin back, but good God, I got some thinking to do. Here we go. So JT Ginn's been very good. Going up against Freddie Peralta, who's also been very good. 2.31 ERA, 0.90 whip, 28 Ks, 8 walks, 3 home runs. I remember 2 years ago. It might have been 3 years ago. 2 years ago, I told Jose he is the ace of this staff, and he's now showing it to the world. A's versus righties, 244, 730 OPS. Brewers versus righties, 249, 769 OPS. They're hitting the ball hard. Brewers 10-9 after that horrific start. I've got future. My only futures are on the Brewers to win the division, and Brewers over 82.5 wins, I believe it is.
Yeah, we made those together.
Yep. Yeah, I love that. I think it's a great spot. A's bullpen 4.41 ERA, 1.54 WHIP. I still don't have a read on this bullpen. Brewers bullpen has looked bad so far this year. 5.35 ERA, 1.42 WHIP. But I imagine that they're going to pitch better as the year goes on. Odds Logic says 59% tickets, 88% cash on Milwaukee. And the under has 75% tickets, 59%. Oh, sorry, on the Milwaukee under. My bad. 59% tickets, 88% cash on Milwaukee under. 75% tickets, 59% cash on Milwaukee. So let's get into the line history here. And Sharon says, we made money fading the A's last year. One thing we did with the A's last year, and you could say that you should do the opposite this year, is we were backing the A's on the road and backing them team total overs on the road. And that was something that Pete Loshak started doing a few years back, and it was great, hugely successful. That's not been happening this year. Maybe they're 7-3 on the road. They're delivering on the road, but you would think that going from that very offensive ballpark in Sacramento to road ballparks, maybe they wouldn't fare so well, but that's not been the case. Again, the line history very quickly here. We'll get wine time to get this one started. We have a total of 7.5 minus 111 to the over. This opened up at 7.5, moved to 8 at 9 p.m. and it stayed there, bounced back and forth, stayed there basically till 4 in the morning when it moved back to 7.5. So we have a very slight move towards the under. On the money line here, we have the Brew Crew at minus 163. They opened up at minus 162. So there's a 1 cent move to them now, but this was down to minus 146 at 8 in the morning, where we had a real legit move towards the Oakland Athletics. And the cash money action, 90 and 90 on the over, and then on the money line, 82 and 86 on the Brewers. Here we go. Wine time sports. American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. A's, Brewers, take it away.
Yeah, man, these Athletics, this 1 through 4 might be the most underrated 1 through 4 we've seen in quite some time for the Athletics. I mean, you got it, Lawrence, Butler, Wilson, Soderstrom, and Rooker right there. All 4 guys can absolutely swing it. You got Rooker there hitting cleanup, can hit a bomb at any point. Wilson playing some big-time baseball. Soderstrom, we know what he's doing right now, and that's hitting jacks. Absolutely love to see it, man. I remember first day of opening day, we were talking in the chat about this guy, man, and this guy's a star in the making. Athletics been playing some pretty good ball. Don't get me wrong. They just coming off a White Sox series, a team that's been losing to everyone. Got it done quite easily, though. You know what I mean? Athletics playing some good ball right now. And I think we could find a lot of value back in the Athletics this year. I just don't think today's the game. Against the Brewers here, Freddie Peralta. Definitely think the line's going to move towards the Brewers as the day goes on. I like the Athletics this season. This just seems like a bad spot to back them coming off that sweep here. Both these teams with identical records. And honestly, the Athletics batting order, I kind of like a little bit more than the Milwaukee Brewers. But I'm going to take this is like Spoon says right there. This felt like a Brewers spot. I agree. Didn't pull the trigger on this. This can be a stay away game, but I have a lean towards the Brewers being this much of a favorite. Seeing it right here. Let me look at my book, what it's offering me right now. Minus 165. Brewers definitely seems like a Brewers spot. I'm going to stay away from this one, but like I said, I've been backing the A's in certain spots and been cashing with them. This just doesn't seem like the spot.
Interesting stuff here. And Spooner saying Ginn pitched in Oakland's current park when he pitched in the PCL. Says I want to back him in home starts. Everyone else experiencing the extreme effects of the park for the first time. And Jermaine saying, is the roof open here? Let's just quickly look at the weather. No, it's rain. It's going to rain throughout the night, so its roof is closed. The market's telling us that Ginn shoves here, but how can we trust Ginn to shove on the road? I fear doing that. The market, though, is indicating that that's the spot. Maddie I said, just saw the Brewers play my Tigers. Not impressed with them. They won 2 of 3. Sean Pulliam on Oakland money line. Gorky says A's will be good in the near future. Maybe love live right now. Jermaine looking at the under. TJ, take it away because we have the Jungle Bar Leche Girls play of the day from WT, and that is the Sacramento A's at plus 145. How are you handling this one, TJ?
I don't know if I can get there. Peralta's going to deal, guys. His first start back after 2. His only other start at home. 8 innings, 1 run. Kansas City, weak offense. If you can get through Soderstrom and Rooker here and Butler, I agree. The top of this A's lineup is dangerous right now, and they're swinging hot bats. But I'll take a pitcher who knows what he's doing over those bats in a run-suppressing park. Here, I looked at the A's team total under first 5, 1.5. That one's kind of tasty, but I want to bet the under here, and there's 8s available still. You can get an 8 minus 118 at BetMGM, and there's a couple other places with 8s that are probably going to 7.5. So I think just that and me knowing it's going to move, I will place a bet. I'm not going to make it an official bet for this show because I could see a 7-2 type of game. I don't know what to expect from Ginn. I like to call him Gin because that's my favorite drink, but under looks good to me. Milwaukee's offense is not clicking. If there's any place to go pitch on the road, that's one of the places you want to be right now. So just too many unknowns for an official play here. With my own money, I will be placing some. I don't do the same standard unit for every bet. This would be a little bit lower confidence, but that's all I got.
So do we think that Ginn is going to be an elite pitcher in Major League Baseball? Because your first start on the road this year, and you trust him almost enough to bet the under. So you think that he's more than willing to deliver, because AM feels the same way. He's on the under 8. He says, I see 2 decent pitchers, 2 average offenses. I'm not seeing a lot of runs here, not to mention a run suppressing park. So TJ, you expect Ginn to pitch well?
I think if I had to guess, I'd give that a 60-40 pitches well versus bad. It's just not enough confidence. I need a little more. I think Peralta deals. I wish this was minus. I wish I got this earlier. I don't trust Milwaukee's offense enough to go -1 at the price it is now. But that's my most confident take in this, is that Peralta's going to deal. And then it's just too much up in the air with the A's pitcher. I could see him giving up 5 or giving up 1.
I think the Brewers -1 is in play. I understand that the cost is an issue. They are public here.
To me, at the number it is now, I would have to go 1, and I'd have to go full run line to make it a value play, personally. But yeah, I know you don't.
I hear that. And Matty Ice looking at that first 3 under. And I need to see this young man pitch on the road. I just can't. I'm not going to invest in the first 3 under. This is not this. I don't have any kind of sample size of material of information to say that he's going to be fine pitching on the road. I mean, now we had Spooner perfectly explain why he pitched well at home. So there we have it. We all understand it. It all makes sense. But does everything else make sense? I'm not going to do it. I can understand it though. I can understand AM saying his numbers take him to the under 8. I think one thing that we can count on in this baseball game, the one thing we can count on is the Brewers' Freddie Peralta to deliver. The second thing we can count on is the Brewers are starting to hit righties.
I wonder what Peralta's over/under outs are.
Yeah, I have 365 up right now, which is going to give you a bad line on it, but I'll grab it right now before we move on to. We got 2 games left here on the board. The outs
or to record the win. That's another bet I do sometimes.
Pitcher outs here. We have Peralta at 17.5, heavily juiced to the over, minus 155. Yeah. And JT Ginn is 15.5, minus 175 to the under. So 2 outs less. And
Brewers first half money run line.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. So earned runs here. Ginn is 2.5. And that's heavily juiced to the under. Peralta 1.5 juiced to the over. What is the other one you wanted me? Oh, record the win. For Peralta to record the win plus 145.
I'll take that. Let me see what DraftKings is because it's usually a little better.
It will be better.
I'm going to pull it up on my phone. I'll make that official.
The win plus 145. What a fascinating way of handling it. And then, because right now we can't say the Brewers even have a better bullpen. Okay. Very, very, very interesting. There's our guy, the Eldorado custodian, Jason Meyer, in the house. Ronnie Lofton shouting out Zoe for the graphics. It's extremely helpful. Our guy Zoe on it here. Okay. And AM said, I don't hate the Brewers minus 1. I just don't trust their offense. Peralta will deal, but I would rather be on the under 8. What were you going to say, TJ?
It's only 135 at DraftKings to record a win.
Wow. Well, let's give you that 145 here. So is this official, TJ?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Peralta for the win at plus 145. Okay, let's roll on to our next spot on the board and let Big Zoe lead us into it. And the coin says, what about Milwaukee to not bat in the 9th inning? It does not bother me in the slightest. You get better odds because of it. My ROI on home teams on the -1 line is better than what it is with road teams on the -1 line because we get better lines. Because there's no bottom of the 9th. The whole thing is, I don't find it an issue whatsoever, personally.
Coin, I used to think the same exact thing. And when I started joining this family a few years ago, I would give it back to Jimmy a little bit and be like, you're losing value and blah, blah, blah. And then I started doing it, and it's the right way to go.
It is?
Yep.
Yeah. Because
you don't want your team batting in the bottom of the 9th if you got a -1.5 anyway.
Yeah, exactly. But also it's built in. You get such better number, it's quite a bit better. But again, these are such important topics that we're discussing here. Okay, we roll on. Wine time. Did you want to add anything more to that A's Brewers? Are you ready to start off Padres Astros?
Oh no, I'm good. Yeah, nothing for me in this one.
We head over to Houston, Texas for Padres Astros. Padres 15-4. Much like the Dodgers' very strong record, both teams are just 500 on the road. Astros just under 500 at home. We have Kyle Hart and Ryan Gusto. Going to have to dive a little deeper into both of these young pitchers here. So we'll start with Kyle Hart. We'll open with the fact that he is coming off a beautiful start at home, but it was versus the Rockies. He had a terrible first start and a wonderful second start. And this is a 32-year-old journeyman. He spent time in Korea. So we have not seen him in the majors. We saw him in 2020. He had 4 appearances, started 3 starts for the Red Sox. But that's it. He was in Korea for 2024, but this is a career minor leaguer before going to Korea for 1 year. So this guy's earned this opportunity clearly, and he was very, very good in Korea. So that's Kyle Hart pitching for the Padres. Let's get into the other pitcher here, Ryan Gusto. Ryan Gusto here, and go over his action. Now here we have a 26-year-old. He was 11th round pick in the 2019 draft. He has fought his way up here as well. Was not a highly thought of prospect. In fact, in 2023, he started in high A as a 24-year-old. So it's not impressive. And he was in high A for 6 starts and 12 appearances. And he pitched poorly in high A. He went up to Double A Corpus Christi and started pitching well. Last year, he spent the year in Triple A Sugarland, and he was very good in an offensive league. 8-6, 3.70 ERA, 1.27 WHIP. And he has come up and he's pitched in 5 games. He's made 1 start. Let's talk about that start for Gusto. 4 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, and a 4-1 loss at home versus the Angels. He has 15 Ks in 12 innings. He's only walked 3 batters. He's looked quite good. Jeff says Braves are 13-1 on the money line on first home game after a road trip. That's a interesting angle for that Braves and Edler spot. Here for Padres Astros, we have the Padres hitting hard, 289, 790 OPS versus righties, while the Astros are struggling with the sticks, 226, 641 OPS. Both bullpens have been very, very good. The only Astros breakdown was that game against the Mariners. Mariners just, I guess, have a penchant of coming back on squads here. Let's pull up the line history, and we'll get TJ to get us started here on this one. We have the Houston Astros at minus 146, and they opened up minus 121. I mean, that's just a monstrous move towards the Astros that has to be really taken seriously. From a total perspective, we have a 9, minus 115 to the over. It's interesting because this went down to 8.5 at 11:02 p.m., but we're back at 9, juice to the over, 12 cents of movement to the over. And Robert Franklin on the Astros money line. When we get to the cash flow here again from the Action Network, we have 27% of the tickets and 15% of the cash on the Astros, and it's moved this much. Good God. Now it's moved out of money line range though. 82% tickets, 86% cash on the over. TJ, a monstrous move. The market is speaking. What do you think of what they're saying? Take it away, Astros Padres.
What they're saying is you have to bet the Astros, and I'm not going to bet the Astros. I'm not going to bet San Diego either, but I'm not taking this mediocre team until they can start to turn it on against a very hot team. But man, it doesn't make sense. The market, what people are betting to me makes sense. You look at San Diego crushing righties. I mean, they're one of the best teams in the league versus righties. And you look at Houston, and they can't hit lefties. I mean, terrible numbers against lefties, right? Yeah, 129 batting average. Like worst in the league against lefties. Now, 71 plate appearances, so obviously the smallest sample. The line makes no sense to me. So Hart at home looked great. His 1 road start, I guess that's where you point out, you get out of the friendly confines or you get out of your home ballpark. I'm off, man. I'm confused by this one, and it's an easy pass on the big slate for me. But I could see people that bet the market taking Houston here, and I think if that's what you do every day, you should probably be on a -1. But that's not me. So,
yeah, I guess the idea is that it just simply doesn't correlate at all with the X's and O's. Let's hear from Wine Time. And my apologies, I listed the statistics for the Astros against righties when it should have been against lefties. As my apologies there. Let's just quickly grab the Astros numbers versus lefties, and while I'm pulling this up,
they have 2 extra base hits and 71 plate appearances. It's
just atrocious. I mean, how long is it gonna last for? The versus lefties right now. Let's go over this here. The Astros. Look at the here. The Astros are at they're 29th, ranked 29. Now the sample size is ridiculously small, just 62 at bats. 129 with a 423 OPS. I mean, it just doesn't. Nothing correlates here at all. Wine time. What's your plan?
Yeah, the only reason why I would take Houston in this would be from a market standpoint. It's just, why are they being a minus 150 right now against one of the best teams in the league? Astros sitting here 8-10, underperforming. I think they took a step backwards this last offseason, if you ask me, with that acquisitions that they brought in. We'll see how they end up doing right now. I'm not going to end up I'm not going to end up moving on this, because you kind of touched on it, Jim. Not enough X's and O's for me to actually move on Houston here. If it was a market based only, it would be Houston Astros. And I can see the Astros maybe even getting up to a minus 160 here, and I still won't move on it. The minus one, I guess, kind of looks appealing, but I'm not going to end up moving on this game. Got too much action today. Got one more play on today's card, so I'm gonna pass on this game. Although this should be a pretty good one.
This is one of those ones where tonight we're texting each other and it's 6-2, and we're like, why didn't we take Houston?
Yeah,
like, it was so frustrating. But how can you? I mean, cappers are in the chat, and I don't blame him. BJ is a good capper.
This is nuts. I mean, I feel like we know that it's not just that easy, but I don't know how we don't just move on the Astros on the -1 line. I mean, it's so glaring here that the journeyman Kyle Hart is going to get touched up by the Astros. This is just fucking bananas. Corbin Carroll over 2.5 hits, runs, and RBIs for our guy Talk Sports with JT. This is just absolutely nuts. I'm going to write down Astros -1 here with asterisks and question marks. Go over it a little more. Coin says Hart shoved last time out. Yes, I think we can take advantage of that too. But here, the problem is that Hart is this guy who's pitched all over North America. He's pitched in Korea. I mean, it's not like he needs to be at home or on the road. This is nuts. Okay, let's go in. We got 2 games left here for this one. TJ is moving on Giants Angels. I've moved on it as well. So we are going to have Wine Time start this second to last game, and then TJ close up Giants Angels to put a bow on the MLB card. Phenomenal job, you two fellas here as well.
Jimmy, it's postponed. Just announced.
Yeah, thank you. Coin saying Washington, Colorado snow. Okay, well, that makes life easier. We don't have to figure out what to do with Chase Dollander. Final spot on the board here on our show: San Francisco Giants at LA Angels, Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California. I guess with the Angels in play, that our guy Wine Time's incredible knowledge of this baseball team should trump the fact that TJ has action.
Yeah, let's hear Wine Time first.
Yeah, we'll hear Wine Time hammer this one. So let's roll. Logan Webb versus Tyler Anderson. I spoke with TJ before the show, and I moved on the under 2.5, but I waited a little bit just because I was rushed and a little panicky without Jose. So I waited a little bit. I moved on the 2.5 here, like maybe half an hour into the show, and it's expensive. These first 3 unders are expensive, and I'm watching them very, very, very closely to ensure. I mean, it sucks making a bet that you got to hit 56% to break even. I mean, that's ridiculous. But again, I'm gonna let the sample size play out, and I've cashed 9 in my last 10. But I'm nervous about it. Let's start with the weather here in Los Angeles. 61 Fahrenheit, a little cold. Feels like 58. 6.3 miles per hour to center, dies down to 4.5 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history here for this one, and start with the total. So this total is -110 to the under. It's been there for a while. When I was talking with TJ, it was -109 to the over and -103 to the under. When I saw that 7-cent move, it happened 11:24 a.m. I just immediately bet the first 3 under 2.5. Probably didn't need to rush so much, but there's been 12 cents of movement towards the under. I've had issues with Logan Webb on the road at times. He is maturing as a pitcher, and trusting him here. Logan Webb is -150. He opened up -143, so just a slight 7-cent move towards there. Let's get the cash flow out here. We have 84% of tickets, 82% of cash on the over, again, according to Action, which we've been questioning heavily. 88% of tickets, 94% cash on the San Francisco Giants over. And the Angels bullpen is still something I'm trying to stay away from. and the Giants bullpen's being excellent. And the Giants offense seems just to kind of, I don't know, just put pressure on you. They get runners on the base pass. They put pressure on pitchers. Logan Webb's last start, 5-4 win at the Yankees, 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 5 Ks, 4 walks. You'd have to imagine this would be a lot easier. Tyler Anderson's looked very good to start the year. He does walk a few too many batters, and he was a lefty that shut down the Astros. 0 earned runs, over 5 2/3. The Giants aren't hitting lefties hard, 207, 666 OPS. The Angels' numbers versus righties are starting to drop, 233, 732 OPS. So let's hear from Wine Time, your Angels in play. You have been betting them every game, and you are in the black because of it. But it is a dangerous proposition, and I'm very interested to see how you handle things as we move forward. Coin says 76% tickets, 91% cash on San Francisco money line. 90% tickets, 94% cash on the under. I think we got to just stop using action. I wish they didn't just renew my year. Sucks. Wine Time, take it away. Your Angels in play at Angel Stadium.
Yeah, Angels not playing good ball last couple, especially last 5 games. Can't seem to hit the ball, man. Mike Trout coming up with runners in scoring position. Hasn't been able to do too much with it, although he has been hitting the ball pretty hard. Do expect Angels to get their star shortstop Zach Neto back today, smashing the ball in AAA the last couple of weeks. Had shoulder surgery in the offseason, so he wasn't ready to go for opening day, but he's a fan favorite. Everyone loves the guy. I expect big things from him this season going forward defensively and offensively. I don't know so much tonight, but we'll see about that. Kyron Paris, too, has been slowly just trending off. Hasn't really been able to get on base these last couple of games, too. He was the rookie that hit those 5 home runs to lead rookies to start the year with Soderstrom's kind of slowed down, came back to life because he's been playing every day. Hoppy was out of the lineup for 3 games. There was a sickness. He said he was ready to go after that first game miss. Ron Washington wanted to hold him out for a couple games. Travis d'Arnaud couldn't really get anything going with the bat for him. This is going to be an interesting spot because it's back at home, guys. Angels have by far had the toughest schedule to start the season. If you look at travel situations, they've played 3 games at home. Thanks to the Rays moving their ballpark to where they're playing now. It's supposed to be Angel Stadium, that first series, but it ended up getting pushed back because of scheduling stuff. Angels are going to have a nice home. They're going to have a lot of home games here coming up in May. They don't leave the whole state of California the whole month of May. They travel to Oakland, San Diego, LA. So that'll be a good time to back them. I think this is a good time to back them here. Losing 4 straight, not playing good ball, not hitting the ball well, getting their shortstop back. Kind of that piece they've been missing there. Kevin Newman and Tim Anderson have been filling that hole there. Not getting it done by any means. So Zach Neto, I do expect to see him out there today as well. This is a tough game, though. Prop-wise, this is what I'm moving on. Just got to make it official before this Cub games goes off. Dansby Swanson, 1+ hit. And I'm also moving on Matt Chapman, 1+ hit, or over a half hit for both of them. It's plus 115 right now. I'm parlaying that together. Matt Chapman absolutely kills the Angels every time he plays them. A couple years ago when he was playing for Toronto, you heard him in the dugout saying, "Why are you pitching to Ohtani? None of those guys can hit." I absolutely hate Matt Chapman as a player, but good to see. He always crushes the Angels, similar to Corey Seager. They just have something against the Angels where every single time they play him, same with Jose Ramirez, these guys go out there and they just ball out. So I do expect him to hit a home run today, too. It's only plus 300. I think he hits that. I'm going to take a little sprinkle at that. But that player prop, something I've just moved on. I'm also on the Angels here, plus 130. I think the best spot for them to win this series is potentially this game. Kyle Hendricks is going to go tomorrow. I expect him to most likely get lit up. Tyler Anderson, he's an older guy, but he's been very efficient, and especially with his pitch count, I expect him to go deep into this game. Kenley Jansen hasn't been used in 3 or 4 games. He will definitely be used today at some point in this one. So yeah, I moved on the Angels here. Seeing the public come in and hammering the Giants as they should. They're the better team so far this year, and they just keep, like TJ said the last couple of days in the chat, they just seem to keep on winning in whatever way they can. They've got something nice going on over there. I think if Angels get one game this series, it's going to be tonight. Finally back at home in Angel Stadium. It's probably going to feel good to sleep in your own bed last night coming back. So I'm on the Angels here plus 130 or plus 140. Apologies. I got plus 140. You can still get that same number plus 140 at most books.
Such a tough spot for the Giants. After the series out east, I can understand the look. And I really like that first 2.5. Such a tough spot. Let's hear from TJ, Giants, Angels.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, wait, sorry,
initially
one
you
last
look at
thing
it.
very quickly here. Was that got it written down here. Sorry, the player prop that you put out, is that official? The
It is. I will tweet it out right now. I just played it,
Swanson
but I will tweet
Chapman,
it
and what do you get on it?
out. Plus 115. Chapman and Swanson both over a half hit.
Okay, cool. You're in business. Let's hear it, TJ. I'm all ears.
Yeah, I think you guys nailed it, and I love hearing. This is what's beautiful about this show. People all over. I grew up right across the street from Angel Stadium, so it's cool to have someone that's an Angels fan that goes there. I stopped my fandom though when I started betting so much because it just killed me. But you know, I see no reason why Webb doesn't pitch good here. It's not like he was. I'm sure he wasn't at the game yesterday. I'm sure the starting pitcher usually gets on the road early, gets comfortable. Both teams coming back to the West Coast, right? A very emotional road trip for San Francisco. I mean, they played well. They had some tough losses, battled against Philadelphia. I mean, this team's fighting. They're kind of fun to watch right now. But I agree that this isn't the spot I would want to take a minus 155 here. I think it's such an easy spot to come out flat. That comfortable night for the Angels at home. We see teams on the first game home after being on the road for so long. And only 3 out of 18 games at home. So they've been on the road a lot. Like one time was saying, I could see both teams just coming out flat. And we got that bullpen insight about, Jansen's probably going to be used, whether or not it's a close situation. San Francisco is worse against lefties than they are against righties. The Angels, I said yesterday in the chat, I think this lineup, the way they're batting is who I thought they were. I expect Trout obviously to do better, but I don't think that this is a top half offense like they started out. So everything points to the under here. Plus, maybe you can verify this, but everything I'm looking up in the weather, Troy, it's going to be cloudy tonight. It's going to be, I know 50s doesn't seem cold to most people, but it's cold for Southern California. You're going to have that. It's about 50% humidity. So you got some marine layer rolling in. Give me that under, man. Smash that under. That's what I'm on. That's what I made early. Current line minus 108 is the best I see. So I'll take under 8 minus 108.
Under 8 minus 108. I'm on the first 3 under 2.5 at minus 125. I'm still working at staying away from the Angels bullpen. And we have AM on the over. It says Webb's going to deal, but Tyler Anderson is going to get smacked around a bit. Wind blowing out. Hitter Park Series trend over in the Angels bullpen. I'm on the over. We have a Philly Eagle Flyer liking that tied after 2 innings here. And then the issue of them traveling back, I think it's obviously easier to fly back from Texas than it is from Philly, but that was a later game, Texas. So I think you're right. I think the amount of time both teams have played on the road kind of makes things even here. So I'm comfortable where I stand. First 3 under 2.5. Yeah. That's all I'm going to do for me. The double ups now on unders are full game in first 3. I'm not against the first 7, but that is MLB breakdowns for Friday, April 18th. And as a group, we're running very hot. We have Wine Time with us, who went 60% against the spread in college football in the regular season. And he's at 57.1% in MLB through 35 bets. We have TJ, who last year was 62.9%. Just phenomenal performance there, and that was over 70 bets. So he's opening up his account here for the season. We have a coin on the Cubs money line, Texas under 8, and Grizzlies under 221.5. Let's get that all copied and pasted. So I'm going to go over MLB here, and let me know if just to make sure that I've got everybody's action before we get in the NBA with Wine Time Sports. It was fun having TJ for the entire card. That wasn't planned. He was just going to come in for his 4 games, but it was great having him for the entire card. So let's just review action from everybody here. Justin McKelvey, Cubs over 10.5 is the stacks play day number 1. Number 2 is the Rangers money line. Truth Teller is also on the Rangers money line. He's also on the over in the Cubbies game. Viper NB's on the Royals -1, Mets -1, Red Sox -1. Then we have basketball action. Spooner on Hainer over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. Guardians -130, Yankees -112, Cardinals +145, and the Nats -130. Gorky is on the Diamondbacks -1.5. Truth Teller on the Mets Phillies money line parlay at +133. And we have birthday picks here for Dav Fenn and Big Scott. So after you review your action, if you could give a birthday pick here for Dav Fenn and Big Scott, it can be the same pick. because we'll have 3 of them for him. So don't worry about that. So going through this, Joe Todaro on Phillies Red Sox money line together. And I have coins action here. So Wine Time gets his card started with the Cubbies at plus 100. The game pops off in 20 minutes. He's also on the over 11. He wanted it at 10.5. His book didn't open up in time for that. Dougie Wise is on the Cubs first 5 minus 105. TJ's on both teams to score in the first 3 innings at minus 110 here. And he's on a Dansby Swanson hit, Chapman hit parlay at plus 115. And I'm not on that game. Guardians Pirates was, I think, the lone game where we just all of us moved past. We're all on the Royals -1. We're all on the Royals -1 here. And then we have razor sharp picks on the Houston Astros -140. Razor sharp picks, loving that market, and I get it. Just my 2 cents is on the Rangers money line. We have Nate Dogg 420 on Ragans over 7.5 Ks. Ginsky is how you go. Over 3.5 strikeouts. Abbott over 4.5 strikeouts. The under 7.5 in the Philly game, and Peterson over 5.5 strikeouts. Wine Time is on the Phillies team total over 4.5 at even money. Then we have I'm on the first 3 under 2.5 at plus 105 in Camden Yards. TJ's on the Orioles -1, and he's also on the first 3 under 2.5 as well. We have that live strategy for this game. If Andrew Abbott shoves, we're going to move on the Orioles as soon as he's out of the game. And also, if both lefties pitch well against teams that can't hit lefties thus far, we're going to move live on the over once those pitchers are out. Then we have top sets play today is the under 8.5 in Yankees Rays. I moved on the under 8.5 -115. TJ, did you? I don't have you here.
No, I checked out for that game. I don't have a bet on it. I lean Rays.
Lamont Williams max betting a parlay Phillies first 5 money line, Atlanta first 5 money line. His max bet is on Phillies run line. Then Ron Crawford's MLB play day is the Braves. Troy Torrance says 2 units on Blue Jays Mariners first 5 under 4. Wine Time's on the Jays -110. And I have interest in the first 3 under 2.5, but I don't know if I get there. And I might get to the Jays. I'm going to spend some more time on that. Then White Sox, Red Sox, we stayed off. TJ's on Soto over 1.5 bases at plus 100. LJ's on Alonso over 1.5 bases as well. Stayed off the Braves spot, but I was interested in the under end, the Braves. Wine Time's on the Rangers. TJ's on the Dodgers. They are going heads up there. I am very interested in the Brewers -1. TJ moved on Peralta for the win at plus 145. And our guy WT from Costa Rica says the Jungle Bar Leche girls play today, Sacramento A's plus 145. I have interest in the Astros -1. Let's wait on that. Nationals Rockies, we stayed off. And TJ's on the under 8 at -108. And Giants Angels, I'm on that first 3 under 2.5. And we have Wine Time on the Angels at plus 140. The other spots for Troy, Guardians money line, and of course the Dodgers money line. Did I nail everything for you guys?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Beautiful. Excellent work, fellas. Excellent work from all the cappers in the chat. TJ, so great to have you back in business with us, my friend. You'll see more of TJ here on the channel. We really used them, man. We have him here for almost 3H, fighting the good fight. TJ, thank you so much for rocking with us. Now, TJ doesn't put a ton of his action out on X, but what he will do, which is hugely valuable, is answer questions and things of that nature. So I'm going to pop TJ's X handle in the chat. He is a great, great follow here. So I'm going to pop it in the chat. Please support our friend TJ, especially how he delivers for us year after year. So there it is. That's his handle. Please click it and follow him. TJ, any last words for the cappers supporting the show, my friend?
Oh, man, what a blast. Didn't expect to be here the whole time, but there's nothing better, man. Life gets us. Everybody goes through times. It's been a rough 1.5 years, but, man, you know what we always have? Sports, capping, and family, man. And this is just so fun. And it's not easy, and it's a lot of work. And when you're on a great run, it's a blast. And when you're not, it's not. But you know what? It's here tomorrow. And love and appreciate you guys. Thanks for listening, and thanks for tuning in. Smash that like. I'll be here next week.
Great work, I love TJ. It. There he is, TJ in the house. And it is now time for us, Wine Time and myself, to move on to NBA. So let's do exactly that. This is going to be a lot of fun. NBA's being a very enjoyable ride here. over the last little while. Season long, remember, this includes 15-game losing streak. Now we are season long in NBA. 188 wins and 156 losses, 54.7% plus 16.2 units. ROI plus 4.71%. Average line minus 110. That average line is going to keep going up if we keep doing the player props. I'd like to talk about the player prop situation here with you guys. At first, I'd like just to set up the game and then talk about. I sat with the information last night for a couple hours, and I sent a very long message to Dennis Garcia, and he sent a message back to me. So
there he is. Speaking of Dennis Garcia.
Oh, there he is right there. What time is the deadline for the hockey ball? Love it, Dennis Garcia. Puck drop tomorrow. There he is. The famed author of the Operation Garcia. Deadline is tomorrow. Thank you for being a part of it, Dennis. It means a ton to us. So let's set it up, and then let's talk about my plan. And I also want to say something here, that the stuff that we've learned from the Undoing Project, it plays a big role here. I can't help but emphasize what happened last year more than what happened in the 2 years previous. I can't help it. But every year's different. It's messing with it. It's messing with me. Dennis had some interesting questions as to some of my thoughts. Again, I would like to cap this first game and then discuss what's going on. For those of you who don't know Operation Garcia, it is taking every player prop on the under. It cost me a lot of money last year, and it crushed in the play-in. It crushed all the game ones in round one, and then I believe the market caught up. But there's some really interesting questions that will come up and that we will discuss here. Right now, Operation Garcia is 44 wins. This is every player prop on the under on the board. 44 wins and 24 losses, plus 16.3 units. After NBA, we are going to discuss the NHL playoffs. I won't have notes, so we'll just go off the cuff, but that is no problem. I'm more than prepared to do that. So wine time, my friend. Let's get to work. We have the NBA playing East 8th seed game here. Miami Heat at the Atlanta Hawks. Heat 37-45, 17-23 on the road this season. Hawks 40-42, 21-19 at home. We're at State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Miami, over the last 5 games of the regular season, not the playing game, the regular season, played at 100.80 possessions a game. That was 11th fastest in the NBA. We believe part of the reason why we have an advantage with Operation Garcia is teams play slower and defense is more intense. You'll see that in every single basketball team here. Yes, TJ, best bet of the day. Thank you. I'll give it out because ours might end up being basketball, so we're going to wait till after this. But yes, if you could pop that in the chat for Dav, Fen, and Big Scott, who are both celebrating their birthdays. So they 11th fastest pace, 100.8 possessions a game, and they shot 49.3 from the field and 38% from three. In the play-in, that pace dropped 2.3 possessions a game. And it's just one game, but every single team we're going to talk about played at a slower pace in the playing games. One thing I know through now 4 years of tracking this is the playing games are heaven for this system because the market is not fully or is not adjusted yet. So they played 98.5 possessions a game. So that's 2.3 possessions a game slower in the play-in. And they shot very similar, not 49.4 from the field and 37.1 from three. For the Atlanta Hawks, 4-1, 101.2 possessions a game in the last 5 games of the season. That was 9th fastest. In their playing game, they played at a pace 6.2 possessions slower. You're never going to have an advantage in sports gambling greater than Operation Garcia in the playing games, ever. The market just doesn't adjust. And some things really did fall our way, which we'll discuss. Basically, the Brandon Williams injury situation, which last year destroyed me. This year, I knew to get in early in case he played, so that all worked. But we'll discuss that further. The difference here between the Hawks in the play-in and the last 5 games of the season, the Heat in the play-in season, is the Heat shot exactly like they were shooting in the last 5 games of the season. The Hawks didn't. The Hawks shot horribly, 38.1% from the field and 19% from three. Before we set up the situation a little more, let's go over the line history and the cash flow. I'll move over to NBA. Line history-wise here, we have the Atlanta Hawks right now at +1 at -107. And they opened up at +1 at -109. No movement at all. From a total standpoint, we're sitting at 221 -108 to the under. This opened up at 218.5. That was yesterday morning. So we've climbed, and it's possible that this is the high water mark. It's possible. It's now -108 to the under. We're at 221 now. We have the Heat coming in off a 109.90 demolishing of the Bulls in Chicago in their first play-in game. I should touch on the cash flow before we do this, just because we have the numbers or the line movement fresh in our head. A huge move to the over and no movement on the spread. We'll look at all three markets here. We have 82% of the tickets and 74% of the cash on the Miami Heat. Obviously, everybody saw the Heat demolish their opponent, and the Hawks get demolished by their opponent. 93% of the tickets, 93% cash on the over. And then on the money line, 56% of the tickets, 66% of cash on the Miami Heat. So Heat coming off that demolishing, Hawks coming off getting destroyed. We know that. All 4 games in the Hawks Heat season series were won by the home team and were won by double digits, which is interesting. Tyler Hero in Miami's 2 home games was very good, and he was also destroyed by Dyson Daniels on February 24th in Atlanta. And he averaged 30 points a game at home. Then that February 24th game in Atlanta, Dyson Daniels just messed with him. 11 points, 0 for 9 from 3. Hero was phenomenal in the victory over the Bulls. I said to Brizzy, I was like, this is a nice situation because Hero could go for 40 and give us the outlier performance, which you need. It doesn't need to come from a superstar, but when it does, all the better. And Hero was phenomenal. 38 points. Hero has now scored 20 or more in 10 straight games. Trey had 36 points in that last game of the season, but clearly Orlando's defense was messing with them. And 2 techs still finished with 28 points. And will he bounce back against this Heat team that's been as tough on him as Dyson Daniels was on Hero? He averaged 13 points a game in the first 3 games against the Heat. And then in that March meeting, the one after Dyson Daniels hounded Hero, in that March meeting, he went for 29. Still, 68 points through 4 games is not, Trae Young type numbers. We're going to talk more about the plan of attack here for me on Operation Garcia. But let's hear Wine Time's breakdown on Miami Heat. Atlanta Hawks. Take it away, my man.
Yeah, 2 teams that did complete opposites last game. Hawks went down early in that game, ended up getting themselves back in that game at one point in the game, but it was just it seemed like they were almost gas. And once they got down by double digits, we saw what Trae Young did afterwards. He knew they were going to had one more chance anyways. He wanted to hit the locker rooms a little bit early. Look at this game, man. I mean, we're looking at these 2 head coaches. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Atlanta as a head coach. I like what he did over in Utah for a good minute. But I mean, Spoelstra, this guy's a proven winner. This guy's won NBA championships. He's gone to the NBA finals. Jim, that COVID year when he took that team to that NBA finals was just absolutely incredible with that roster he had. It seems like his players always buy in. There's a lot of drama with the whole Jimmy Butler thing. Wiggins had a good game last game too, man. They're going to need him to have another good game, Wiggy. I like this. I don't know. It's such a tough game, Jim, because if I'm looking at the market, if I'm looking at the bets and all that, I'm thinking it's like Hawks are sharp here, especially like the world kind of seeing what Trae Young did in that last game, and then everyone's just kind of like screw Trae Young, like, you know what I mean? Like he's a horrible person, all this stuff, getting kind of trashed, and everyone's going to back the Miami Heat because, you got Spoelstra, you're looking at both these rosters. I would say there's not a lot of mismatches. It's pretty equal. I think the line is where it needs to be. I don't know. The market's telling me to back the Atlanta Hawks here, and I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see what number I can get right now. It's so tough, Jim. I have no plays on any of these games. I've not sent anything in. wanted to talk these out with you. But what do you think? You think the Atlanta Hawks are live here, Jim, or?
I think the Atlanta Hawks. I think the Atlanta Hawks are very live here, extremely live. Look, we've seen the Heat be road warriors, but you have to like the home team in the 8th seed game, and then you have to, from a gambling perspective, want to play off what everybody just saw 2 nights ago. So I think the Hawks are very live. The Heat planned on traveling to Chicago and then traveling to Atlanta. Spoelstra is such a great coach. I mean, he has the players right in the right mindset state. Watching Wiggins defend was so good, but he's kneeling over. He's exhausted out there. I could just imagine, Michael Jordan watching Wiggins after, breathing so deep. Like, clearly he's not, I imagine he doesn't practice as hard as he plays, but I think the Hawks are very live here. I think the market is telling us that.
Yeah.
You have everybody and their mama on the Heat believing what they just saw and believing what they've seen from Spoelstra and this team in this type of situation for years. Look, if you're sitting here on the Miami Heat, I don't blame you. I'm not going to bother trying to figure out between these two teams who will win this game, because I can make legitimate arguments for both. I really can. The issue with, when the Hawks looked very good against the Heat, DeAndre Hunter was having a massive basketball game, and he's, of course, not on the team anymore. I think that this is a tricky spot. Would I be surprised if the Heat take care of business easily? I would, because the books are opening up their arms to anyone who wants the Heat. So I would. Dennis Garcia says, I'm a ride or die with Spoelstra, so it's Miami for me always. And he's succeeded. Dennis, look, there's a lot of you guys who have been in this situation and won backing Spo, so why would you not hear? Like, tell me didn't just say that. It says if Trey struggles, where do the Hawks get offense from? Look, I think that we're putting this Devian Mitchell being this defensive shutdown guard a little too far. I do. I mean, yeah, he's a good defender, but I mean, this guy, I don't think he's. Look, if he was a spectacular on-ball defender, perimeter defender, you think he'd be passed around to the entire league for anybody who wants him? I mean, you think Masai would just say, "Look, we don't want him. We don't want a defender of that ilk." No, I mean, so BJ says Heat should be priced higher if they're getting lots of love. Pick'em price tells me books like Atlanta. We have Rance looking at Bam rebound props. Top MF in here says Hawks are always a disappointment. Gorky saying he Polo this, Polo that says the Hawks have a better roster. I mean, honestly, what would have happened if the Bulls had have traveled to Orlando in game 1? They would have got smashed.
I think so too. Yeah, 100%.
So I don't think that we take that much into, what happened to Atlanta or what happened to Miami here. So this is a spot where I think we can take advantage of the player prop market. Again, waiting and watching this climb. And that's what I plan on doing here. This total going up. I think that the scores that we had over the last little while in NBA were very helpful. The Mavs game going, way over is very helpful. It makes people think that they're overs. Now we had DC Capper who was all over that over. He was admin. He's like, this is going to go way over. Remember, that line moved 6 points to the under, and the Mavericks skyrocket it to the over. Here, if you remember the Bulls Heat game, there was this huge emphasis from Sweaty Butcher that this was going to go under. And then that first quarter, their 67 points scored. It was a freewheeling quarter. And then the Bulls got shut down. And when the Bulls were slowly getting back into the game, it was because the Heat got shut down. I mean, when you look at what happens with Burks or Mitchell at the point. Like it's not pretty. Kyle Anderson came in for 23 minutes and didn't score a point. Haywood Highsmith, 18 minutes, he hit that 1-3. Kashad Johnson and Jaime Jaquez aren't going to play. So we know the rotation here. It's just, this isn't a very good basketball team. So yeah, that we expected them to go out and defeat the Bulls, and they did exactly that. But honestly, it doesn't mean that much. It's certainly that the Hawks aren't capable of stepping up at home, and Trey, playing with an edge here.
I mean, do we back Trey Young in the player prop market, Jim? Like, do we look at Trey Young in the player prop market today?
I think that was all his fault. So I don't think this is one of the things where you're like, it was unjust and the guy's going to step up and deliver. But look, Trey Young steps up in big games. We've seen it. It's just that the players around him aren't good enough for him to, win these games. Look, I get it. If you guys, I don't mean to be wishy-washy here on the breakdown, because I'm going to tell you how I'm going to invest heavily on the game. Chill Will says definitely a player prop spot. At this point, one time my breakdown probably didn't help. A coin saying that you can get Atlanta plus 1.5 now. Just take a look here. I'm getting a 1 with.
I could only get a 1 at minus 110. Yeah.
Yeah, pick them here. Total continues to climb. Saturated took Trey's assists. I think that makes sense. See, the thing about this total climbing is that there are defensive stalwarts on each team that are going to be told you have to shut down this player. So I'm surprised that it's going up, but I want to take advantage of it. Let's just, Mo Gay, Okongwu, Riza Shea, Dyson Daniels. I mean, you're just not giving Trey enough. But look who he's up against. I mean, Khalil's look good enough. You can exhaust Wiggins. He's not in game shape. No. Hero and Trey Young. It's going to be hero ball. It's going to be hero ball. I think that works for the under. Now, I don't need to bet the full game under here. But Nick Reinhardt is on the under. Bam under 29.5 points and rebounds here for Talk Sports with JT. Chill Will on the Heat first quarter. And BJ says Atlanta are nothing. We have saturated on Trey's assists. And Tommy didn't just say that. Said Karis LeVert overs tonight. Hawks will need his offense and playmaking. So anything else you want to add to this spot? And do you think you're going to move on it?
I'm most likely going to move on Atlanta here, Jim. I'll end up tweeting it out and I'll tag you in it. Nothing yet. I'm still going to look over a couple things here. What's your play in this one then, Jim, in the player prop market?
So here, let me just pull up my worksheet here from Operation Garcia. Now so again, I'm putting more emphasis on what happened last year, and that could be a mistake. My feeling with Operation Garcia, and again, let me just stress, this is a work in progress here. And then I'm still learning, and I won't probably have a grip on Operation Garcia until 10 years of material and sample size, watching it for 10 years. So my thought process around Operation Garcia is that the market will correct itself. It always does. How fast does that happen? Pete used to talk about it. It takes time for the market to correct itself. I think that the number one angle for Operation Garcia, for the success of it, and the reason why it works in the playing games, is because the books don't know the actual rotation. They don't really know who's going to play in important games. They don't really know. And that, I thought, is why the player prop market was such a mess. And, because there are variables. The variable that we know this succeeds in is heightened defensive intensity and outlier performances, generally from a superstar, but always an outlier performance in one game. Who destroyed Operation Garcia last year was the Indiana Pacers, but not in game 1 of round 1. They didn't. They did the rest of the NBA playoffs, but not in game 1 of round 1, because again, the books they're not certain about how many minutes are going to be played in such an important basketball game. They don't, and then they fix themselves. Right. So I wrote that, to Dennis. And I also went over all of the round 1s in round 2 and round 3. I got crushed in them. Dennis, then, he's a very smart dude. And he was saying that he doesn't get the game one theory in round 2 and 3 because he says wouldn't minutes and rotations become clear for those series after those games, and he's right. But the sample size of round 1 is enough for the books to make very smart estimates on how long the star players are going to play. I truly think that I don't want to emphasize last year too much, because when I talked about the championship making a lot of money back for me last year, not enough to make it break even or even close, but made a lot of money. We got some interesting stuff replied from Dennis. And this is some of the things he said. He said, last year, if you remember, we had a huge run of unders to end the regular season. And if you remember, there was talk of the refs getting players playoff ready for what they would and wouldn't call. Do you remember they were talking about that? It was in the media.
Yeah.
They wanted them to get them ready. And he says, I think that killed a lot of value because books were adjusting down already prior to the playoffs starting. And I think that's very, very, very true and fair. He also says the new blood atop the East and West, the Cavaliers and the Thunder, he says 2 high-scoring teams, Cleveland finished 62% to the over this year, is going to help us because, again, the lines are going to be set very, very high here. Dennis is going to bet every game. He's done this for years, and that's what he's going to do. I am going to believe in the market correcting itself. And I am only going to do Operation Garcia tonight and all of round 1, game 1s. And that's it.
Okay.
I'm going to shut it down until the NBA Finals. Now, this is painstaking, but it's going to make a lot of money. I'm going to track every goddamn game. It's just I hate saying it out loud. It's going to take fucking hours. But I'm going to track every game again, and I'm going to track it every year to ensure that I have the advantage. Biller, my man, Bilbo, this is my record. Now, again, it's being fortified by the player props. Obviously, I didn't come into the season. I didn't come into playoffs. Plus, I was down like a 0.1. So that's my plan. So just to go over it right now. The Heat Atlanta totals climbing, so there's no need to make a move on it. Now there's some serious issues with the Grizzlies in this. I think the Grizzlies could be the Pacers of last year. I think the Grizzlies could screw this whole thing over because they don't play defense, and there's much more. They spread out offense quite a bit. So I'm concerned about that. We'll get into that. But just for right now, again, all these player props I have to use at 365 because I need credit to make these bets. So I send them all in. This is a situation right now. Bam's at 19.5. Kyle Anderson's at 4.5. Alec Burks is at 5.5. Hero's at 26.5. He was at 25.5. That's climbed. Haywood Highsmith's at 4.5. Davion Mitchell's at 10.5. Duncan Robinson at 6.5. He was at 8.5 last game. And Khalil Ware's at 8.5. And Andrew Wiggins at 19.5. So then again, you guys, that is the 9 players. I'm really thankful that I'm doing this way as well, because when you do it game by game, you have to, they only give you 6 or 7 at first. And then they add a couple players late. You got to be like sitting there checking the books every 10 minutes. It's a pain. For the Hawks, they have Barlow at 3.5, Dyson Daniels at 13.5, juice to the over, Mo Gay at 6.5, Karis LeVert 13.5, heavily juiced to the under. Terrence Mann 4.5, heavily juiced to the over. George Niang 9.5, juiced to the under. He had a great game last time that helped. Okongwu 16.5. Zachary Rizache. These rookies, they always go under their player props when it comes to playoffs. Now, again, I don't want to put too much emphasis on what we saw in the first game, but he was, I believe, at 13.5. Now he's 11.5. And Trae Young is at 26.5 here. So there we go. That is game 1. And I will be betting every single player on the under. And again, just to give you an idea of Operation Garcia last year before we go in, and I don't mean to make the show super long, but the very best game in Operation Garcia was not a game 1 and not a play-in. But I don't care. There's going to be those outliers. There's going to be games where it just works out perfectly. I don't care. Last year in the play-in game, the first play-in game was Lakers-Pelicans. I went 10-4 plus 5.2 units. That worked out to I made $954 on the first game. Warriors at Kings went 9-7 plus 1.15 units. I made $82 on that game. So that first playing game, I was up 6.35 units. And again, I don't want to put too much emphasis on what happened last year, but last year was the first year I was betting it. So obviously it's so fresh in my head and whatever. Then in the second playing games, we had Heat Sixers was another nice casher, but the losses were heavily vigged. So it wasn't quite, it was 9-5, but it was plus 1.7 units, which is weird because there was minus 160s and shit like that lost. Picked up 400 in that one. Hawks Bulls lost. So I actually lost $50 in game 2 of the play-ins. And then in the next like what we're in tonight, last Friday, last year, it was Bulls Heat was a smash and grab. I went 11-5 plus 5.35 units, made $848. And Kings Pelicans was 8-8, and I lost 0.8 units. With all that being said, it was hugely successful again in the next playing round. So I'm going to bet it again. And then the game ones were hugely successful. Magic at Cavs was plus 2.95 units. Sixers at Knicks was plus 1.7 units. Lakers at Nuggets was plus 2.2 units. And the only loser was an 8-8. Right, so I'm going to stay with the game ones. The game ones the following night, Heat Celtics was down 2.2 units. That was a loser. But Mavs Clippers was 8-5 plus 2.45 units. Pacers Bucks was 11-6 plus 3.85 units. And Pelicans Thunder was 10-7 plus 1.95 units. And then things started slipping, but they didn't slip in game 2 for the first round of game 2s, the first 4 games. And then the second round of game 2s, I lost a ton of cash. So I'm going to stick with the plan here with game 1. But you could easily keep doing it in game 2. And that's something that my dude said in the chat yesterday. He said that first round worked really well. I'm going to stick to this plan here. So there you go. So let's rock and break down our next spot on the board. And I'm sorry if that took so long, but when you make that much money in 48 hours, I think it deserves the time. So let's move on to the next spot on the board here. Thank you, Big Zo, for that. And let me move back to this worksheet here. So again, if you wanted to do games 1 and 2, then look, I may call an audible and do game 2 as well of the first round, going over those numbers again. Because then the coaches make adjustments in game 2. But as I went forward, I started losing. And also the very best game I had all year last year was a game 2, Magic at Cavaliers. So you know what? Saying this out loud, I may go on the first game 1 and game 2 of the first round and then shut down. Because that makes sense to me. Doesn't that make sense one time that great coaches will make adjustments that the books may not be prepared for? They'll show different players different things, especially the ones that lost. That makes sense. So sometimes so now let me say at this point, I think I'll do tonight, game 1 and game 2, and then shut down till the NBA finals. The worst game for me, were game 3s. And also Topset said game 7s and, games where elimination games, I lost badly on some game 7s. Overall, my game 7s numbers were under, so I'm not going to do that either. Okay, sorry about how long that took. Let's move on to our second game on the board. The playing game for the West 8 seed, Dallas Mavericks 39-43, 17-25 on the road at Memphis Grizzlies 48-34, 26-15 at home at FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. And Johnny K cashing a very plus money nerfy there. Johnny Cadillac in the house. All right, we're in FedEx Forum, Memphis, Tennessee. Dallas 1-4. So again, let me stress this because of the money I lost last year and dealing with this operation. Let me tell you that this is a fucking moneymaker. This is just a moneymaker. There's just no way that the markets can react. So here again, Dallas in their last 5 games had the 16th fastest pace at 99.9 possessions a game. What did they do in their first play-in game? They were 4.4 possessions slower. That's not a little bit. That is a lot slower. Here, listen to Memphis. In their last 5 regular season games, they were 7th fastest pace in the league, 102 possessions a game. In their first playing game, they were 4.5 possessions slower. The market can't compete. Can't compete. We're going to win on this every single year, year after year after year. The problem is you're going to get limited and you'll get kicked out of the books. And who knows if we can pull out in Vegas. We're going to have to take it to the next level and figure all these things out, experiment with all that shit. Okay. So we have the shooting percentages for Dallas: 47.6% from the field and 29.6% from three in the play-in. And then they shoot 50% from in the last 5 games of the regular season. And then they shoot 50% in the play-in. Are you going to sit back and say they're going to do it again here? Memphis shot 48.8% from the field and 46.2% from three, but they were shooting fine. They were shooting fine in the last 5 games of the regular season. It was the outlier 3-point shooting performance by the Dallas Mavericks. It was clear the players, that stepped up. It was clear that Klay Thompson was completely embarrassed by his last game in a Warriors uniform, and he stepped up. Are you going to expect them to do it again? The only reason why the Mavericks, who went, way over their team total, was still a huge casher here, is something I'm going to talk about is because of the Brandon Williams situation that we figured out together, that Brandon Williams could be in and we could have a huge advantage. Here, we all believe Ja's going to play, right? He said it. He said, I'm playing. That's the answer I'm giving. Ain't nothing different. I'm playing. That's basically the answer I'm giving. He repeated it twice. He is playing. He rolled his ankle. He didn't play in the third, came back in the fourth. If you made all these player prop bets and John Morant is announced out before the game, you're fucked. You're going to lose a lot of money. And it happened to me more than once last year, and you just can't let it happen. So we use the Brandon Williams advantage, but will we have an opportunity? It's so crucial to know that if there's a star player or players that have their props up, but you don't know if they're going to go, you should wait. You should wait. It's that important. Polo this, Polo that said they may be better without Ja. I mean, we've seen that in the past in the regular season. I think in your most important game, you want Ja on the floor. Mavericks coming off an impressive 120-106 victory at Sacramento in their first play-in game. AD was great, 27. Shout out Dutch Boy Fresh, who gave us both AD over 25.5 and the Dallas Mavericks. Klay, 16 of 20, 16 points in the second quarter. He just stepped up in a huge way. Huge way. Grizzlies coming off a tough 121-116 loss at the Warriors. And I think that sharpens their tools for this here. But I also think that this total climbing, that the Mavericks should be a great team with their ability to defend the paint, that the Grizzlies need to shoot 46.2 like they did from three against the Warriors. And I also, I think that the Mavericks are a better perimeter defensive team. I think it's easy to say than the Warriors, except, Butler is capable of doing all of that. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow in here from Wine Time Sports. We have, here we go. This total is at 221.5. It was at 221 all show long. I guess not. No, about a half hour into the show, moved back to 221.5. So we have a half point move to the over. We have a half point move we have a move to the over in both games. Memphis is sitting here -6. They opened up at -6.5. It's now a 6. It's still a pretty big spread for watching how good the Mavs looked in game one. Let's get to the cash flow here. Cash flow wise, we have 61% of the tickets, 63% of the cash on the Mavericks, moved half point in the direction. You have 94 and 95 on the over, half point move there. Take it away, Wine Time. Mavericks, Grizzlies.
Yeah, another tough game. When I was capping this last night, Jason Kidd and Anthony Davis, don't get me wrong, I know they'll be prepared for this game. They played in a lot of games in their career. That is one advantage I think they might have in this game. Grizzlies, I do expect Ja Morant to play in this game. I mean, it's do or die here. You know what I mean? They need him here in this game. I don't expect him to skip out on this one. I do expect him to play. Looking at this, open up at 6.5, went down to a 6. We're seeing the public kind of come in on Dallas now. All of a sudden, the public wants to bet Dallas after them, shooting lights out against the Kings. Kings had an awful game plan that game. That just from start to finish was ugly to watch. With that being said here, it's a very tough game, Jim. A part of me I want to move on Anthony Davis over rebounds, 11.5 here, -110. I'm going to make that an official play for sure. But I'm just wondering what I want to move on in this game because I feel like, Dallas, I feel like they kind of want to prove everyone wrong still. They want to prove their fans wrong, that they can get into the playoffs, despite them playing the number 1 seed team, the OKC Thunder, probably going to be out in 4. At least show some heart here. They showed heart in that last game. We saw Anthony Davis kind of talking smack to those Sacramento Kings fans at the end of the game. Anthony Davis had a really good game. He was making 3-pointers. He was feeling it. You know what I mean? He needed a game like that. And a part of me wants to back the Mavericks here, but another part of me thinks like they shot really well and it's a 6-point spread still. You know what I mean? Maybe it's for a reason. Maybe Grizzlies smash these guys up. Is Klay Thompson going to shoot like he did last game? I don't know. If he does, Dallas is going to be live in this game to cover 6 points for sure. If Klay can play well, if AD can play well, they've got experience. They've got an experienced head coach over there. You know what I mean? Dallas, they're used to winning these last couple years. I want to move on Dallas here +6. I don't know if I'm going to end up moving on. I am going to move on Anthony Davis over 11.5 rebounds, though. I think he's going to be able to get his boards in today. I think he's going to play a lot of minutes. He's probably going to play the entire game. Most likely he's going to play at least 36 minutes. And I expect him to be able to get 12 rebounds in this. And I'm also going to make go back to the last game. I'm going to make the Atlanta Hawks official. I'm going to move on +1, -110 here. I'm going to trust the market here. And I'm going to trust just seeing the Hawks last game and seeing Trae Young. I think they're going to have a game today. Not saying they're going to do anything in the playoffs, but everyone coming in hammering the Miami Heat and the Lions. It's moved a little bit. Don't get me wrong, but what did Miami open up again? I hate to go back to that game, Jim.
No problem. There's been no movement really. It opened up with Miami -1 at -102. And 15 minutes ago, there was a 2-cent move towards them. They're now -1 at -105.
Yeah,
So,
I'm going to move on the Hawks. I'm going to make it official right now.
There is some interesting stuff here with the market that I wasn't fully aware of. When this line came out, -1, -102, yesterday morning, 11:14 a.m., within 30 minutes, there was a 2.5-point move. 2.5-point move towards the Hawks. The Heat went from -1, -102 to +1.5, -107. From that point on, they were getting bet up until close to midnight when they moved back to a favorite. To move back to a favorite. So that was, around midnight last night, and that didn't last long. Even that didn't last 3 hours. Hawks became the favorite again. Hawks were the favorite until the Hawks were the favorite when our show started.
Oh wow!
So the Heat are now the favorite again.
Yeah,
and maybe we'll get a better idea with the money line, even though that obviously comes out later. The Heat opened up at -106. Again, like I said, 30 minutes in, they were the dog at +100. Then, at 8 this morning, the Heat were +104. I guess that was it. And then right now, that 2-cent move on the spread was also on money line. So they're -110, 4 cents of movement overall to the Heat.
Yeah, I'm going to do it, Jim. I'm going to trust. I'm going to take the Atlanta Hawks +1 here. I'm going to give it out officially. I'm going to tweet it out and put it in, send it in through the book right now. +1. Yeah, +1 -110. So I'm going to make that official. I'm also going to make the Anthony Davis over 11.5 rebounds official as well, -110. And I don't know if I'm going to make this Dallas Mavericks official yet, if I'm going to end up moving on this game. Still looking it over right now. Just such a tricky game here, man. I don't know. I'm still gonna have to sit on that one.
Yeah, the only concern that I had with the Mavericks Memphis game, it wasn't a concern that the Operation Garcia wouldn't work. It was just a concern that what happens if Ja is not in. Also, a real concern here in this that could just screw you is Ja plays and he hurts his ankle again in the first. He scores 4 points. Yeah, you catch the Ja under, but everybody else is going to go over now.
Yeah.
So and that's always going to be an issue with AD. So there is more of what could go wrong. Oh, this, that, and this in Mavericks Memphis than there is in Heat Hawks. Because I tell you, in interesting, we had I think it was Billy Friedrich. Yeah, said I think this game's a better option, better Operation Garcia option than the Miami Atlanta game. I don't, because I think there's a higher chance that Hero and Trey play hero ball and go 3 for 3. They're not good defenders. Each hit. I mean, isn't there a chance that they each go for 40?
Yeah,
and we make a killing.
I wrote down Tyler Hero over 25.5 and Trae Young over 25.5 before I came on the show, because I do think those two guys are probably going to be the guys that get off in that game right there.
Yeah. I mean, I look. I think what we know about Tyler Hero is he's an absolute. He's a gamer. I mean, he's a. Like, I'm not saying that Trae Young didn't get picked on, but we know that Tyler Hero got picked on, and he had to prove it, and prove it, and prove it, and prove it, and prove it. Even when he was a first round pick, he had to prove it, and prove it, and prove it. We saw it against the Bulls. I mean, he was just phenomenal. And what made him so good was he wasn't trying to do too much. He didn't take 30 shots. I mean, he was just very, very good. But then again, remember, when you have Operation Garcia, you want to lose one bet badly. Badly. Okay, so I figured out my plan. This was very, very helpful in going over the numbers yet again, and sitting with it and messaging Dennis about it. My plan is I'm going to take game 1 and game 2 of the first round and then shut down until the NBA Finals. Now, in saying that, there could be some games where we figure out this is a great spot for Operation Garcia. That I will think about, but that's going to be my plan. Game 1, game 2, first round, and then shut down. And I also think that there's a real possibility, and I hate saying this out loud, but let's be honest, that where I'm at right now, remember where I'm at, 44. I'm at 44 and 24 plus 16.3 units in the player box. That I could not be in the black with tonight in games 1 and games 2. Because you're already up this much. It's possible. So we'll see how it bangs out. And again, this is a work in progress. Wine Time Sports here is moving on the Hawks +1 at -110, and Anthony Davis over 11.5 boards -110. And look, obviously didn't know that it was going to be this successful again in the play-in, and I should have known, and I should have got everybody on it. But the reason why I didn't know is because you lose that much money like I did last year with this operation. You're not going to come in, we're doing it again. You can't come in guns a-blazing when, it was, I would tell you that when Operation Garcia was falling apart last year, that it was the darkest times of my entire gambling career, other than maybe like an individual time. But it was an elongated time. It was like 2 or 3 weeks it was happening. It was the darkest time because I kept betting it. I wouldn't stop. You couldn't stop me. It was like I was on in meth and I needed more meth, and there's no way you were going to get in my way from the meth. Like, it was that kind of thing. I couldn't get, and it was the darkest times of my gambling career. So obviously I wasn't coming in here guns a-blazing telling you guys all to bet it. So tell me he didn't just say that. Says people think Daniels is a great defender because he gets steals and blocks. His on-ball defense isn't great. I think Hero's too big for him. Tori Coker says the Heat game is going under. That would be excellent here. Excellent stuff, Wine Time. You put so much work and effort into us and into the community, and I've been watching you get richly rewarded in Major League Baseball, and I hope that continues to happen. So thank you for all that you do for us. But Wine Time, we do need a best bet. We need a best bet because it is our friends Dav Fenn and Big Scott's birthday. We got the best bet here from our guy TJ. Now, it's Kansas City -1 at -107. If you want to put these together in a parlay, I would say to put in the money line instead of the -1 if you were going to parlay these birthday picks. Let's hear from you, my friend, what is your best bet on the card?
Blue Jays money line, best number of you get. You can probably get a minus 115 somewhere. I'm not looking at it right now. Let me see. I could probably pull that up actually. You can still get an affordable price though at the Blue Jays. I think they again take care of business today. Right now it is, let's see, minus 112. So yeah, you can still get an affordable price. I love the Jays today, man. I love them.
So we have Royals, Blue Jays, and for me, the best bet, just quickly, for me, it is the, I can't give you guys the first 300 because you might not be able to bet it. Fuck, okay. Okay, it is the, no, is it still an 8.5? Sorry, let me just check this out here very quickly. God, I would give you guys the Angels Giants first 3 under. You know what? I haven't bet this because I'm not doubling up because of my fear of the Angels bullpen, but maybe I should. Let me just see what's going on with this. Yeah, okay. It's now again, if you can bet the first 300 2.5, that's the birthday pick. If you can't, I'm betwixt between the Twins Brave. Sorry, not that. Sorry, the Yankees Rays under 8.5 and the Giants Angels under 8. So I think because of the weather and Rodon's terrible numbers, that the 8.5 in Tampa Bay, New York, the under 8.5 in Tampa Bay, New York is slightly stronger than Giants Angels. So my birthday pick will be that. So let me just put it with your birthday picks. So mine is the under 8.5 at minus.
Kelly 2-run shot, man. This guy's on fire for the Cubs.
He's rolling. And yes, betwixt. And you didn't spell it right, saturated. But it is between two people or things. In the space separating two people or things in between, betwixt, BETWIXT. All right, Cubs are up 2-0. Excellent work for you, Cubs backers. Dad Fan says with my local, I can do first 5s, not first 3s. Don't do a first 5. Oh, God. I cannot give a first 5 under as a birthday pick, man. Full game, under 8.5 will be mine there. Full game under 8.5. Wine Time, you're a monster, my friend. Thank you for all that you do for us here. I did not. Gavin Henry in the house. Let me just put Wine Time's X handle in the chat. Please support him. Gavin Henry in the house, trainer in Jamaica, horse trainer, and great friend of the show and of mine. Wanting my derby picks. It's going to take me more time. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. Studying, working on it. Here is our guy Wine Time's X handle. Please support our guy Wine Time. Wine Time, any last words for the cappers supporting the show, my friend?
Yeah, Jimmy, always a good time breaking down the car with you, man. I love that you have a plan with Operation Garcia this year, and you have your mindset on that, and you're gonna do that, and you have the sample size from last year. I love to hear that, my friend. Can't wait to see you be successful at it. I know you're going to. Shout out to everyone in the chat for showing out as always, man. Coin in there, giving us all the percentages and stuff like that. Appreciate you. Billy Friedrich right there. Dougie Wise, my guy right there. I believe he's a fellow LA guy over here. My guy Zoe right there. Saturated, always good to see you. Kelly McInnes, happy Friday. Everyone out there, man. Wager Detective. TJ was on here rocking and rolling with us. It was awesome to share the screen with him. But yeah, let's get rewarded today, man. We got a big card today. I'm excited. We've got baseball tonight. I might be heading out to the Angel game tonight. So I'll post a little picture on the X and show you guys where we're at.
Nice.
But shout out to you as always, Jim, man. Love doing this with you. Can't wait to be back next week. Let's get paid, my guy. Let's go.
I'll be in touch, my friend. There he is, Mr. Wine Time Sports. Big Zoe, thank you so much. Truly, thank you for giving us the graphics, basically, is what you did. And now I figured out what to do when Jose's not here. So you did that for me. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, man. That's huge. Chris Saltzer, my man, a wager detective, worth it, coin, Billy Friedrich, Dav Fenn. Happy birthday to Dav Fenn and Big Scott, great friends of the channel. A top MF in here, saturated. I don't think we need to go over all of the action again. I just did about 20 minutes ago or so we're pretty good. Saturated asking if meth is okay if you're cautious. Yes, if you're cautious every day for the rest of your life. Yes, if you're extremely cautious, I can't do that. No, I don't think it is. I don't think a hot crack pipe burning a hole in your pocket is ever going to help, whether it be crack or meth. That's my thoughts. And I feel bad for the marijuana users that use glass pipes, because that hot glass pipe makes people think you're using something else. Thank you guys so much. Dad Fan, happy birthday, my man. Oh, yes, NHL. Yes. And Jeff Slaughter says, don't forget the new show times next week. And our new show, yes, we talked about it off the top. Our new show in the building with Mike Taylor and Rudy J will be in our 11 a.m. time slot, and we'll be rolling in right after. Let's do a quick run through of NHL. And I need you to know that my thought process around these series is not popular. So I'll tell you that straight up here. Let's go. So we'll go into the series future prices here and just do a very, very quick rundown here. Series. Okay, here we go. So Blues plus 185, Jets minus 225. Monty and the Blues are going to make this a series, and they're going to make it a series. I imagine the Blues are going to be very tough to beat in games 3 and 4 in St. Louis. I expect the Jets to win the series in 7 games. They could win it in 6 games. But I think the Blues are going to give the Jets a lot. The real thing is Colton Parayko, his return. Let's just grab it here from them and just make sure that Parayko is back in business. Yeah, perfect. He's perfectly healthy. He came back, looked good, came back in Seattle. So, yeah, I think the Blues are going to give them a ton. And I think the Jets can still take care of business. And look, I am on the Dallas Stars to beat the Colorado Avalanche. I'm not going to bet the series price. I think this is an overreaction to the Jason Robertson injury. Sometimes a team needs something to galvanize the troops. Now, you could say Colorado has it because Gabe Landeskog is back, and that's fair. But I don't think that the Colorado Avalanche are tough enough. And I don't even think they can outskill the Dallas Stars. And I think Rantanen is going to have a huge series against his old team. So I know this is not a popular look, but Saturate asking if there's a correlation between game totals, deltas between games in the series, and success in Operation Garcia. At this point, I would need to sit with it more, because I've not progressed that far into it. So I'd need some time here. Coin says Colorado goaltending. I think it's very easy to want Ottinger in your net and not Blackwood. But I'm not saying that Mackenzie Blackwood's not capable. He is. I think that the Stars being this big of a dog because Jason Robertson's gone. I think the Stars beat the Avalanche. I think the Stars are capable of making a big run despite not having Jason Robertson. It sucks not having Jason Robertson. But plus 135 is crazy to me. Now I'm going to bet these games individually, and I tell you what I'm going to be doing in this series. I'm going to bet every single game in Colorado-Dallas to go to overtime. These teams are very good 6-on-5 with a net pulled, especially or with a goalie pulled, especially Colorado. So I think also that Colorado live when they're down is a legitimate opportunity. But I'm going to be betting overtime in every single game of Colorado-Dallas. Devils, Hurricanes. I think the Hurricanes, will comfortably take care of business in that series. I imagine a 4-1 series final for the Hurricanes. I don't think the Hurricanes are that good. I think the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to be given it's going to be tough. I think the Maple Leafs will win the series in game 6 in Ottawa. I think that the Maple Leafs, as long as look, Brandon Carlo has fortified that defense enormously, and Tanev and McCabe are not going to be healthy for the entire playoff run. And I think you'll be able to point to exactly when either McCabe or Tanev goes down as the time when they start looking vulnerable. But right now, that top 4 defense, Riley's been better, but Carlos just fortified everything. So I think Toronto takes care of business in 6. I think that Minnesota will give Vegas some tough games. I wish they had more time with Kaprizov and Eriksson, but I think Wild can give Vegas some tough games. I think that minus 260 for the Vegas is probably too high. I want to bet the Canadians in game 1. I want to bet the Canadians in game 1. I want to bet them early. They're in playoff mode, and the Capitals aren't. The Capitals now. You're going to have Alexei Protas. The reason why I didn't make the NHL, why it took him so long to make the NHL, was because of his speed, and now he's got the foot injury. So we got to see, that 6'6" Alexei Protas, what he's capable of doing. It's very important now. Him and Tom Wilson are just gifts here, absolute gifts. There's Big Show picks in the house. The NHL pool locks at. I'm going to put a tweet out here in a second, but at puck drop tomorrow. The NHL playoff locks in. Then Oilers Kings. I feel so strongly about this that I might bet this series, even though it's not necessary. The Oilers are going to beat the LA Kings in the series. Everybody and their mama on the LA Kings. Both the Panthers and the Oilers, and I hear everybody, like parents of Ella's friends tell me that there's no chance the Oilers and Panthers make a run this year. No chance. They won't be able to do it. Everybody. And we haven't gotten the Panthers Lightning yet. But the Oilers are going to beat the Kings in this series. Look, Kuzmenko has sparked the Kings offense. Now, it sucks that Ekholm isn't there for game 1, even though they say now he might be. But let's watch Kuzmenko be a star when there's no room on the ice. I don't think he's capable of that. We've seen that throughout his career. I love that everybody's on this Kings bandwagon. You think the Oilers give a fuck what the Kings' home record is? You know what the Oilers do to start every single playoff year? They beat the Kings. They beat the Kings. Look, the Oilers are the Kings' daddy. And everybody on their mama on the Kings. Enjoy that shit. Because Draisaitl and Kopitar going head to head is going to be such a battle with those two. And then what? Oh wait, McDavid's on the other line. I mean, do we still believe that the Kings' depth forwards are going to be able to shut down? I mean, one of the biggest things here with when you play the Oilers, and let's just go over to this very, very quickly, is you need puck possession. You have to have puck possession. If you don't have puck possession, you're going to lose, and you're likely going to lose by margin. The teams that give them the toughest run are the teams that hold on to puck possession here. When we talk about this LA Kings team, they're very average at it. They're very average face-off winning team. They're a good penalty killing team. And then the problem with the Kings and the Hurricanes is their power play sucks. The power play goals. I mean, we watched what the Oilers did last year on the power play. What the hell and then the Kings have good penalty killing, but you need to score on your own power plays, and they're simply not going to be able to do it. And then, when we go through the Kings roster of who, because we know that Kopitar and Draisaitl are going to have just a legendary, back and forth. Like everything's going to be so much fun to watch. But at this point, I don't know how we could expect. Let's move over to this line here. Actually, let me move over to. Let's do this instead here. Go quickly. Just take 1 second. NHL line combinations here. The home ice advantage that the Kings have, that's supposedly going to take the series for them. That shit goes away in the playoff. Do you remember when so we're talking about the most important hockey games. Do you remember in the Four Nations, I said this too. I said the Americans will win in Canada and Canada will win in America because teams step up. They step up in a different way when everything is on the line. Quentin Byfield is going to take bad penalties. He's going to take bad penalties and it's going to cost the squad. When we go through the face-off winners here for the Kings, who's going to, you got Alex Turcotte, who's been dealing with injuries. You got Hellenius as a fourth line center. I mean, these are real issues. If you can't be a top face-off team, you are going to lose to the Oilers. And everybody doubting the Oilers right now, I think, is insane. Also, don't forget that NHL wants McDavid, they want their superstar to play. They'd much rather have LA Kings as a market in the, move forward and move on. But why do you think that the Kings Oilers series doesn't start till Monday night? Why would the NHL give the Edmonton Oilers the most rest of any of these playoff games? Who do you think benefits the most off of the Oilers having the final playoff game not until Monday night? Who? The Oilers. So now Coin says, does number one seed in the first round fall? If so, who? Let me go in here. I think the most likely team to pull up a major upset, and you guys know, you'll laugh at this and say you've been saying this all year long. I'll tell you this. The most likely team, and they're going to put a fear into them to pull up a major upset, is the Minnesota Wild taking out Vegas. They have not put it all together this year. They just, their rotation's been all messed up because of injuries. They have a real special defense in top four. They're going to be playing 30 minutes. They got Kirill Kaprizov and Joel Eriksson back. So I think the Minnesota Wild are the most likely team. And I think second is the Habs over the Caps. And then the Florida Panthers, Tampa Bay Lightning. I'll tell you this. The Florida Panthers, Tampa Bay Lightning, I feel like it's beyond my pay grade. Look, I've got futures on Tampa Bay, but I'm not going to sit back and tell you that Florida is, not a veteran-filled hockey team that's going to have Tkachuk back and has a great captain, the first European captain of the Stanley Cup team in Barkov. They have a coach in Paul Maurice who's, been there and done that and faced adversity. And I know that AM is adamant that the Panthers are going to, lose badly to the Lightning. And I love hearing that. But it's such a tight series. It's going to go down to overtime winners. It's going to, they hate each other's guts. It's going to be a phenomenal series, but I can't move on it. I don't know what to do with it. Tori Coker says, I'm sorry, Jimmy, I'm taking my Panthers to go back to back. There's nothing to be sorry about that. It's just that it's tricky when you bring players in that haven't been on your roster or haven't been playing for so long, but we've seen it done. Remember when Mark Stone sat out, came back, Vegas won the cup? We've seen it done. Kucherov sits out all year long, Lightning win the cup. So there's no reason why Tkachuk can't sit out and then win the cup. It's all completely valid. So We got City by the Bay. Best play today is the Angels plus 130. That will make our guy Wine Time Sports very happy. We have Nunya in the house. Nunya, nice to see you. So those are my thoughts here, and I think I screw up in playoff time because my futures. I need my futures to talk, and I have a pretty hefty investment in the Oilers, but I don't know how you could pass up on the Oilers at minus 130. I don't know how you could pass it up. It's just a crazy line. Do we think that Ekholm will be playing in his first game back? Let's just do one quick check here. Do we think Matthias Ekholm will be playing in? Because we didn't think so. We thought there was no chance, and then all of a sudden they were saying there is a chance. Okay, not expected to be out. Oh no, this was 4 days ago. So there's been a change here. So also, if they need Ekholm to come back in game 4 or 5, he'll come back. So remember, this went from out indefinitely to likely to miss the first round. If you ask Ekholm, he says, look, I'm skating. I can play. So we'll have to see. Wage Detective is extremely important. That is our show for today. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. We've managed to handle it without Jose here. Thank you. Very big thank you to Zoe for getting us the graphics on each game. Saturated, I'll work with the game totals and deltas. I'll work on all that here to see, because I'm going to be focusing on this a lot. It's a huge day today. We have had a week out of my wildest dreams. 72 hours, 3 shows, and we're 68 and 39 plus 27.53 units. And we want more. 8 in 1 day yesterday. We want more. We need more. Yes, Big Scott, we gave you all the birthday picks. I'll review them here for you. We gave them all out for you, my man. For you and for Davfen. The birthday picks are as follows. From TJ, you got Kansas City Royals -1. And if you wanted to parlay these all together, we'd prefer the money line. From Wine Time, you got the Toronto Blue Jays money line. And from myself, we have New York, Tampa Bay under 8.5, which just barely beat out the full. Now, if you can bet a 3.5, or sorry, first 3, it's the under 2.5 in Giants Angels. But if you can't, it's the under 8.5 in Yankees Tampa Bay. And happy birthday, Big Scott. Enjoy it, my man. Big Scott, Dav Fan celebrating their birthday. Shout out to all of you guys. Nunya, Saturated, Dougie Wise, Kelly McInnes, Dav Fan, have a great birthday. Viper NB, have a great Easter weekend. All of you guys. Wager Detective, Old E, City by the Bay. Jim Dewar, so great seeing all this green too in the chat. Thank you guys for your support. Tori Coker, Justin McKelvey, star the stacks play today. Andrew G, Dougie Wise, Spooner. Thank you guys. K Wolf. Thank you to all of you guys. Means the world here that you guys support us. Don't forget, new time starting next week, 12 p.m. And we have our new show in the building with Mike Taylor and Rudy J in this time slot. All there is left to do is to get this fucking money, because our lives change. And the most important thing in our life after family is our bankroll. Bigger the bankroll gets, bigger our unit size gets, the bigger the opportunity we have of success. And can't do it without you guys. So let's keep winning. Let's keep winning. And let's let LJ from H-Town take us out. Go out there and get that cash. Have a happy Easter. Leche y los bookmakers. Let's go.
From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Gabby Cat. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Crockett. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up and spark me. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit, try wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit nut flush, cause I'm fishing for bait, smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the beta, homie, moose money bets. From Brooks to West, cash checks what we do, cause I'm hoop banging with Boss and the OG Ragu. If we need it under, I gotta hit no nose. If I ladder my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew by his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Briz. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bobano. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bad. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.